So good morning, everybody. Welcome to the January 23rd, 2024 meeting of the Calvert County Board of Commissioners. At this time, I'd like to ask Bishop Eason if he would come forward to give us an invocation. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
God bless you. Let us pray. Father, we just thank you once again for this day that you have blessed us all to see. You grant us brand new mercies today that we've never experienced before. We ask your blessings today, even upon each commissioner today and the decisions, oh God, as they make them. Continue to grant them wisdom and knowledge and understanding. I pray, Father, for those that stand before them today, that they will continue, oh God, even be blessed as well. I pray your protection upon them, even against any disgruntled individual. I pray, God, that you will protect them, bless their families in the name of the Lord. And you've said in your word, in all of our ways to acknowledge you. God, you said that you would direct our path. Our dependencies and our trust is in you, Father. I pray, God, in the name of the Lord, that you continue to bless and strengthen them. Keep them in health and strength. And God, we should ever honor you and give your name praise, glory, and honor. And it's all in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So Bishop Eason comes to us today from Bethel Way, the Cross Church in Huntingtown. If you're not familiar, it's that large church on the right just above Huntingtown. We greatly appreciate you joining us this morning, Bishop. That's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is to approve the agenda.
Move to approve?
Second.
Have a motion and a second that we approve the agenda as presented. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Public service announcements. This morning I only have one. On this Thursday, January the 25th, the Department of Planning and Zoning will be holding a public forum at the Harriet Elizabeth Brown Community Center on Dares Beach Road to present the proposed changes to Articles 18 and 19 on the 2023-2024 draft zoning ordinance. Residents may attend either in person or virtually through Zoom. Please visit the Calvert County calendar of events for further information. We really do hope that citizens participate in the zoning process. We get a lot of participation when you update the comprehensive plan. The zoning ordinance is actually where you implement the comprehensive plan. It's very important. So we would highly encourage citizens to get involved in this process. It is a lengthy process. We don't anticipate concluding until late this spring and early summer. So you have an opportunity. The only other public announcement I have is that last week, I'm going to talk about this before rumors get started. Last week, when the state released the budget, the Calvert County school system budget was reduced by $19 million from state funding. I just want to make sure everybody's aware that that's not a cut from the county commissioners, that's a cut from the state. And we are working to see why that cut was implemented and how we can address and get the state to re-implement that fund. As you can imagine, a $19 million cut is significant to the Calvert County school system. It will require significant reductions. So we're going to do everything we can to support the Board of Education to get that cut eliminated. So just want to make sure everybody's aware. That brings us in, the next item on the agenda is a Sheriff's Office ceremony, swearing in. Sheriff?
Morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
Good morning.
Thank you again for doing this for us, for swearing our new deputies. We enjoy doing this, and it's my mission as sheriff to keep our office fully staffed. I'm fully committed to that. And we do have two deputies that we acquired from St. Mary's County. They seem like they're going to do a great job here. If Mr. Ryan Campbell will come forward. He graduated actually from Northern High School. He worked in St. Mary's County. Now he's over here. He lives here, works here, and wants to continue to do police work here. And we'd love to have him. Homegrown guy, so we're lucky to have him. Please step forward. Do you want to say anything to commissioners?
I'm looking forward to working with everyone here, and I'm looking to serve the community of Calvert County.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Mr. Casey Hill, he's actually a 7-year veteran at the St. Mary's County Sheriff's Office and is Mr. Hill, his dad's retired there, 26 years there in St. Mary's County. We're lucky to have him as well. Went to Chopticon High School, and we're lucky to have him as well.
Good morning.
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 Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to serve the citizens of Calvert County.
Well, welcome.
Welcome.
We're glad to have you.
And Miss Anna Morrison, she actually worked for us just recently, and I had to pull her arm to get her back here, but she's a true asset, and she's going to do us well here as far as her capabilities and her training, too. I'm excited to have her on our staff as well.
She might want to say something. Come on, Sheriff.
Sorry about that.
Thank you for having me, and I'm happy to be back.
We're glad to have you back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Come on up.
Come on.
We don't bite.
And
The
thank you
ones
to
that
the
do got
clerk's
their rabies
office, too, as
shots.
well, for doing the swearing in this morning.
Run around and face it.
Yeah, put your back to us. Katie's not here today.
Did you want to come up here? Good morning. Okay, if you would all three please raise your right hands. I state your name.
I, Ryan Campbell. I, Casey Hill.
Do promise or declare
Do promise or declare
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and that I will be faithful
and that I will be faithful
and bear true allegiance
and bear true allegiance
to the state of Maryland
to the state of Maryland
and support the Constitution
and to support the Constitution
and laws thereof,
and laws thereof,
and that I will, to the best of my skill and judgment,
and that I will, to the best of my skill and judgment,
diligently and faithfully,
diligently and faithfully,
without partiality or prejudice,
without partiality or prejudice,
execute the office of Deputy Sheriff
execute the office of Deputy Sheriff
for Calvert County
for Calvert County
according to the Constitution
according to the Constitution
and laws of this state,
and laws of this state,
and that I will not for lucre of malice
and that I will not for lucre or malice
delay any person applying to me
delay any person applying to me
for any business belonging to the office I officiate in,
to any business belonging to the office I officiate in,
and that I will not directly or indirectly
and that I will not directly or indirectly
ask, take, exact, demand, or receive
ask, take, exact, demand, or receive
from a charge to any such person,
from a charge for any such person
to my own use,
to my own use,
any fee or reward whatsoever
any fee or reward whatsoever
for any services I may do
for any services I may do
as deputy of the said office,
as deputy of the said office,
and that in making out the office fees,
and that in making out the office fees,
I will not wittingly or willingly
I will not wittingly or willingly
charge other or higher fees
charge other or higher fees
than are allowed by law.
than are allowed by law.
Thank you so much.
Would Miss Campbell please come forward for the pinning? And Ms. Hill, please come forward, please. These are the wives of the new deputies here that are going to do the pinning for the badge this morning. Don't stick it. deputies to Calvert County. You guys come forward.
Oh, wait a minute, they got more coming up. Thank you. Thank you. That brings us to an award, the Employee Recognition Committee, Wes LaPree. Morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
I'm Wes LaPree from the retired member of the Employee Recognition Committee, and I'm here today to introduce the Calvert County Government December 2023 Employee of the Month. The Employee of the Month Award acknowledges individual excellence for superior job performance or for special individual efforts in the following areas: effectiveness of public contact, respect for fellow employees, quality or quality of work, improving organizational morale, and improve the county's public image. Anyone can nominate a coworker for this award, so please check out the ERC webpage on the county intranet for more information. Our December 2023 Employee of the Month is Robert Denton from Technology Services, the Infrastructure Manager. Rob, please make your way forward.
Good morning, Commissioners. Robert Allen, Infrastructure Manager.
He's not camera shy.
So what's an infrastructure manager? Well, think about the work we do for our citizens. There are only a few examples where we do not use technology to provide those services. Everything else involves computers, applications, networks, things that go bump in the night and we often take for granted. When you turn on the light switch, it just works. When it doesn't, you call a help desk at the power company. Well, when your computer doesn't work, you call the technology services team, and that team of professionals asks you questions to get you back in business. It's a tough job. It requires intensive training, daily experience, and often professional certification to keep up with the latest developments. Robert Denton started off in our help desk while he was in high school. He's not much older. Since then, he worked most jobs in the Technology Services Department, and I got to know him quite well over the 15 years I was there. He's grown into a team leader that we're all grateful for. He has exceptional technical skill and a deep understanding of our county's history, processes, procedures, and systems. But he's also known, as the TS department head referred to him, as a charismatic presence that significantly enhances our department's working relationships. Rob is beloved across the county. He approaches every challenge, whether it's a crack of dawn network outage at the golf course or a middle of the night lightning strike that fried a bunch of equipment, which has happened actually several times. And Rob can be depended on to respond to these incidents at any time of day or night with a blend of expertise, positivity, and charm, unquote. I could go through a long list of outages and cyber attacks that some of you know exactly what I'm talking about, and I could take the rest of the day. And he would have been the first to say that it was a team effort. Well, that's true, but a team only works well together if they have a sound, compassionate leader at the top. Rob is now at the top. He fosters an atmosphere of collaboration and enthusiasm. Indeed, Rob even served on the Employee Recognition Committee until he was called to increase duties in TS. In recognition of his technical brilliance, unwavering positivity, and charismatic leadership, Robert Dennett is the Employee of the Month for December 2023. He provides another powerful example of how much can be accomplished with a coordinated, collaborative, and interdepartmental effort. We thank Robert for his extraordinary effort and for being part of the reason that Calvert County is an awesome place to live and work. Finally, thank you, Commissioners, for your continued support of the Employee Recognition Committee and for giving us a forum to recognize Calvert County's truly extraordinary workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, Robert Dennett. I think we have some folks who would like to speak more on his behalf.
Stephen Pereira, Director of Technology Services. I think Wes pretty much covered everything that I wanted to say about Rob. I did pause briefly before submitting his nomination just because I wasn't sure if his office was big enough for his ego. But his radiant smile fits in there anyway. Rob is such a positive person. Whatever task he's asked to do, he always does it with a smile at any time of day. He contributes so much to technology services and the relationships that we build with other departments and agencies. You can see that by just the sheer number of people that have come out today just to acknowledge Rob. Rob has been here since high school, and he wants to be Calvert County's first 50-year employee. And I should give you a warning to be careful about the accolade that you bestow on Rob, because he does have one of your seats on his radar. He tells me that he wants to be a commissioner in 2040. So if you're still around then, you're going to be up against some top opposition. I can't say enough good about Rob. He really has been brilliant for TS. So thank you, Rob.
Get your family up here.
Come on. I got a few of them.
Yeah, I know. That's good.
How are you?
There you go.
Two for two.
For the pictures, as Commissioner Nutter always said, most important thing, the check.
Roll blink really quick. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much. Congratulations. One more. Get it? Okay.
So that brings us to appointments. Ms. Ashley.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ashley Staples Reed, Special Projects Program Manager for the County Administrator's Office. You have 3 sets of appointments up for today, and first one is going to be for the Calvert County Ethics Commission. The Calvert County Ethics Commission currently has 1 regular member vacancy and 1 alternate vacancy. Staff requests that the BOCC review the received application and make a motion for appointment.
I move that we appoint Neil Reichenberg as a member of the Calvert County Ethics Commission.
Second. Have a motion and a second that we appoint Neil Reichenberg as a member of the Calvert County Ethics Commission. Any discussion on that motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Next up, we have the Board of Appeals. The Board of Appeals currently has 2 regular member vacancies and 2 alternate member vacancies. Staff requests that the BOCC review the received applications and make a motion for appointment.
I move that we reappoint Bob Carpenter and appoint Gerald Clark as members of the Calvert County Board of Appeals.
Second.
A motion and a second that we reappoint Bob Carpenter and appoint Gerald Clark as a member of the Board of Appeals, Calvert County Board of Appeals. Any discussion on that motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Okay, and your last appointment is going to be for the Fire and Rescue Commission. They currently have 1 regular member vacancy, and staff requests that the BOCC review the received application and make a motion for appointment.
I move that we reappoint Robert Devereaux as the District 2 representative to the Fire and Rescue Commission.
Second.
A motion and a second that we reappoint Bob Devereaux as the District 2 representative to the Fire and Rescue Commission. Any discussion on that motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That brings us to consent. We only have 1 item under consent today. Department of Parks and Recreation amendment of memorandum of agreement with Long Beach Community Association. Is there any objection to the item under consent today?
None.
Hearing none, that item will be adopted as presented. That brings us to new business. First item under new business, Department of Finance and Budget, Board of Education, fiscal year 2025, staff recommended capital improvement plan. Ms. Atkinson?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. It's not working, so. Yes, Bruce Miller, Director of Finance. I'm turning the meeting over to Veronica so she can present with the school, the CIP for the school committee.
Commissioners, Veronica Atkinson, Capital Projects Analyst with Finance and Budget. Background: the Calvert County Department of Finance and Budget and the Calvert County Board of Education will present a review of their proposed FY 2025 6-year Capital Improvement Plan, or CIP, to the Calvert County Board of County Commissioners. Discussion. Department of Finance and Budget has thoroughly reviewed BOE's FY 2025 through FY 2030 6-year staff recommended budget CIP amounting to $139,739,711. This figure represents a substantial 24% increase compared to the FY 2024 through FY 2029 6-year adopted budget. The 6-year CIP for the BOE prominently features the ongoing replacement project for Northern Middle School, which commenced in FY 2024 with design costs and encompasses the construction phase spanning through FY 2025 through FY 2028. Moreover, the funding request extends to cover replacement or renovation with funding for a feasibility study of Calvert Elementary School, along with projects aimed at maintaining and enhancing the overall condition of multiple schools within the county. The comprehensive budgetary allocation underscores a commitment to both new infrastructure development and the ongoing upkeep of existing educational facilities. Fiscal impact. The fiscal impact analysis of the BOE six-year CIP staff recommended budget reveals a contribution of $71,086,155 from the state, leaving a remaining balance of $68,653,556 to be covered by the county over the span of the 6 years. The breakdown for the county funding portion is as follows. Pay-go or general fund, $443,300. Debt or bond, $57,705,906. Excise tax, $10,504,350. Total county contribution, again, $68,653,556. Conclusion recommendation. This presentation is to share the board the proposed six-year CIP of the BOE and provide the board an opportunity to provide direction on the presentation of these projects as part of the county's FY 2025 budget that will have a public hearing.
Thank you.
Our first slide is just a quick review of what we will be seeing today. We will do a six-year capital improvement plan breakdown of support. We will review each BOE project with concentration on FY 2025, and we will review the total FY 2025 CIP expenses and revenue. This slide is a little confusing, but it breaks down the support for the Board of Education. The FY 2025 CIP support breakdown is as follows. FY 25 total county support is $7,477,610, or 43.2%. FY 25 total state support is $9,827,660, or 56.8%. That total for FY 2025 CIP is $17,305,270. The six-year support breakdown for the county is $68,653,556, or 49%. The six-year total state support is $71,086,155, or 50.9%. The BOE six-year total CIP is $139,739,711. Today we have Shashita Warner with Board of Education, so I will hand the presentation over to her to explain each of the projects.
Thank you, Veronica.
Good
Thank you,
morning.
Bruce. Good morning, Commissioners. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I am joined by Mr. Anthony Navarro, who's in the audience as well. So the last time I appeared before you was at the October 24th meeting in reference to the BOCC letter of support required by the state for the FY 2025 CIP. I'd like to thank you for providing us with the signed letter of support. As you know, the state will only support our CIP priorities if they receive the letter of support from our local county government partners, so we're in appreciation of that. Today, my goal will be to provide you with some more detail regarding the BOE's FY 2025 state and locally funded priorities, as well as a quick overview of our out years, our CIP priorities for FY 2026 through FY 2030. But I'll focus more on the 25 priorities. So now to our CIP presentation. So to provide you with a little bit of quick background, some of you I've appeared before you many times, so you understand how the state and local shares work, but I'll provide a little bit of an overview for those of you for whom this might be a little bit of a newer idea. So a majority of the school system's capital improvement program projects are eligible for state funding. The state share for these projects is officially 56%, but after they back out funding for ineligible expenses, we usually end up getting anywhere between 50 to 53%. And I'd be happy to go into more detail as we go through the presentation on that. For all of our eligible projects, the state now participates in design funding as well as furniture, fixtures, and equipment at that same 56% rate. The state has decided to reward school districts for good maintenance of older facilities that are far beyond their remaining useful life by throwing in an additional state funding percentage at these sites if there's a planned CIP project. Because of this state add-on, we're able to get 61% state funding for Northern Middle School versus the Calvert normal share of 56%. So 61 cents on the dollar versus 56. Lastly, the funding, and one more thing to add, that 61% goes across not just the construction, but also the design and the furniture, fixtures, and equipment. So it applies for all of those.
Ms. Warner, can I ask a question?
Yes.
So the feasibility studies, they evaluate renovation opposed to new construction. Is that correct?
They evaluate so the first thing that happens is we have to develop programmatic requirements. So before a feasibility study happens, we have to develop a program for that facility. So, the types of spaces that are needed, where they need to be. So that programmatic requirement is the very first thing that happens. Then a feasibility study basically gauges those programmatic requirements against the existing facility. So the feasibility study would look at whether for example, if we're replacing an existing building or renovating an existing building, it would look at whether the programmatic requirements can be achieved through a renovation and maybe an addition if there are additional spaces required. It looks at the first cost of that renovation versus, say, maybe a full replacement. So we look at various schemes. So we look at the first cost, and then we look at the 40-year life cycle cost, so the maintenance cost of each of those options. So it's actually evaluated with a first cost and a life cycle cost analysis. That's what's required for the state.
So for Northern Middle, what were the programmatic changes that the study said couldn't be achieved through renovation?
There were quite a few. So for one thing, because the requirements for any kind of state project are that it be either a LEED Silver or some other type of sustainable requirement in order to get the state funding. So that's one thing that the state looks at. So in addition to codes, if it's going to be say a LEED Silver school, the building envelope is very, very poor because it was designed in the 70s, built in 1976. So we'd have to beef up the entire envelope. So basically the brick, the insulation, the roofing, the shape of Northern Middle makes it extremely difficult to actually do the renovation within the building itself. You'd have classrooms that would have no type of daylighting. You wouldn't get the optimal circulation. So that is another issue that's problematic. There are issues with the existing plumbing. So you'd pretty much have to take the building down to bare bones, just a structural steel and stud. And so if you were to do a renovation in order to really meet all of the codes and the feasibility study requirements, it ends up being significantly more expensive. The other problem is we've got students there, so we'd have to move them around. We looked at very, very detailed swing space. So we thought, okay, if we could bring in several portables, we can do these swaths of 8 classrooms at a time and then swing these kids over into the portable space. So the general conditions costs for that stretches out over a much longer period of time. And so all of those types of costs have to be weighed against doing new construction. And so we look at everything on a very side-by-side basis, with all things being equal, in that you have to be able to meet code, you have to be able to meet the state requirements. So that's what was looked at.
So the new construction's going, where are you gonna do that you're not gonna tear down the old one until the new one's complete?
We are actually going to be building it in front of the existing middle school.
So then
And
where are
we're
you
able to
gonna
do it in
park?
one phase, in the parking lot.
So where are you gonna park?
We've already worked out the parking where we have allocated within the high school parking lot, because there are some parking permits that are issued to seniors and some juniors. So some of that is being coordinated through the principal at the high school. And we've already worked out adequate staff parking. So staff parking is going to shift into the high school parking lot. And the bus loop currently already works as a shared bus loop, so that will remain the same.
So you've got enough parking at the high school to address both schools. So why do you have so much parking now?
That's only temporarily.
But you
We,
said you can fit it in.
we can fit it in at a, at a constrained amount, but yes, we can jam in the middle school and high school
Not gonna allow
staff.
student parking?
I'm
Not
sorry?
gonna allow student parking at the high school? How are you gonna do that?
I think as far as the number of parking permits, I don't have the exact numbers as to what they will be, but they will limit the amount of parking permits that they will issue. And that is what they did when they did the high school. Because when they did the high school project, they were utilizing a lot of the middle school area, and the middle school lost their back field, and we created temporary parking for students there. So it's a lot of kind of back and forth and compromise. There was one other thing that I wanted to say, and I've lost my train of thought. It will come back to me. No, that's okay, that's okay.
And
I hope
in-
that answers that question.
Yeah, part of the issue at Northern Middle is it was using the open space design, which everybody figured out that failed miserably.
Yes.
So what's the current design standards for?
The current design standards are, you want to try to have as much acoustic, treatment as possible. You want to make sure sound does not carry, but you want to also make sure that the classrooms are designed so that learning can be adaptable. You can accommodate small groups, you can accommodate like a lecture style, spaces within the school where you might be able to pull students that might be special ed students or that have IEPs if they need small targeted instruction, areas within the building where you can do that. I'm, not an instructor, so I think, in terms of how we are designing schools, plenty of natural daylighting, making sure that the technology is appropriate, those things are important. Surfaces that are, durable, obviously, for maintenance. Those are kind of some of the things that come to mind.
What about security standards? They
Sure.
changed since?
Yes, there have been a lot of changes, and that's one of the things that we're doing with the Northern Middle School project, is we are looking at each phase that we complete. So we're through schematic design, we're in design development right now. And what we do is we look at the ability to be able to surveil through the building. So obviously, a guided secured vestibule, that's very important. That's just a given, no matter what. We've also looked at the orientation of the hallways in some instances because this building is going to have to fit in a very tight area because, you do have Cheneyville Road, you've got Flint Hill Road, you've got the building, you've got the Harrison Center. So that kind of has informed the shape of the building. So in some instances, like your band, chorus, orchestra rooms, we've had to make sure that the corridors, so when the teachers are out at the bell changes, there's, complete monitoring. So it's kind of in a day-to-day, hour-by-hour monitoring as well, not just for the potential, intruder, right? So those are some of the things that we have to look for. And then just ensuring that the spaces for the SRO, for the safety advocate, are adequately sited in the right location. So all of those things are very, very much looked at, making sure the stair locations are in the right space, making sure that teachers, when they're in their classrooms, they have the ability to be able to, look out. But we also want it to be an inviting building as well. Students want to we want to make sure that students feel invited to be able to learn. So it's an important balance.
How many levels are you going?
The classroom building will be 3 levels, and then the rest of it will be single story. But that's not just the classroom level, like the media center will be on the middle floor so that it's equal access.
So
to
they
it.
follow design like Plum Point Middle's, similar to that, or?
Not really, because Plum Point Middle had a lot of grade changes from front to back. If you're at the front of the, if you're in the parking lot, it looks like a single-story building. If you're in the back, it looks like a 3-story building. A little bit different because we do have a flat site. But it's not quite like that, but I would certainly invite you to, look at the design drawings. Obviously, we don't share them on our website because of security concerns, but I would be happy to be able to, forward that over if you wanted to take a look at that.
So back to the study again. So Northern Middle is $4 million and Calvert Elementary, 100 and some thousand. Can you tell me the difference between these 2 studies?
No, I don't think that that's the study cost that you're looking at.
You
That's
have the
design.
Feasibility study down here, Calvert Elementary, prior funding 36,000 and FY '25, 115,000.
Yeah, the FY '25 is for the feasibility study.
You gotta look further over in 28.
So I'm just trying to get between the 2 studies. So 28's a study also?
No, that would be the start of design.
So what's the difference between Northern Middle study, which we paid, what, 4 million?
No,
for?
no, that was
So-
$120,000
So
for
you
Northern
have
Middle
it-
study.
So you have the study in Northern Middle prior funding and then FY '25 for
That might just be the way that these rows are labeled, because that's not for
I'm just
the
trying to get my
study.
cost straight because
Sure.
it seems like I paid 4 million for this study and I'm paying 180 for this study. I'm just trying to get my,
I would hope that you never pay $4 million
well,
for a
I'm
study.
just reading my lines.
You'd be surprised.
Oh, my goodness. No, the studies typically tend to be 115, 120, 125,000, depending on, the extent of the study. Design will tend to be, anywhere from, depending, 6 to 8%. But the state will kick in up to 10% for design funding, so.
Okay, I'm, like I said, just trying to clarify the chart there.
So Commissioner Allen was asking about security issues. Do you consult with law enforcement in your designs?
So what we do is, we get the input from Larry Titus, who is part of CCPS within Student Services. And we do get input from the school stakeholders, so the SRO, safety advocate, so those folks. Not necessarily law enforcement, we have not. Sure.
Commissioner Allen.
In FY '28 and '29, the 4 million and the 1 million respectively, that's for design. It's under Calvert Elementary feasibility study.
Yes, and I can explain that more when we get to that. If you would like to, I can answer those questions now, or we can go through FY '25 now. But yes, that is for
That's for
design. Correct.
Design in 2 fiscal years.
The 1,808,300 that you're asking about in '29, let me see. Yes, that would be continuation of design and then start of construction. That's what this
So-
is showing.
Cost $6 million to design the school?
You know, this is, like I said, what's a little tricky with the state is that they will provide up to 10% funding. So of what the total projected cost could be. And if it doesn't cost as much to design the school, they will roll that money over into construction. So we're always better off in asking the state for the full potential amount that they're willing to kick in.
So what do you think it's going to cost to design the school?
Usually, we would say that it would be probably around 6.5 to maybe 7.5% of construction cost.
So 7% of $40 million?
We're talking about Calvert Elementary?
Yes, I'm sorry. We got distracted.
So we are actually projecting a higher amount, but that would be adjusted, you know, depending on what might happen economically. So with the recent cost per square foot that we've gotten, we have a higher amount notated for Calvert Elementary for the total project cost. So including design, including construction, including the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, we're actually allocating $68 million for the entire thing.
And then 7% cost for design.
No, that would be included in that full amount.
But I mean, when you say you want to figure out what design cost, you would take the 60 million and say 7% of 60 million?
No,
No, I'm sorry.
it'd be 45 or so. I didn't bring my calculator with me, but I have those sheets, and I can certainly provide you with the breakdown for construction versus
Just
design. versus
Seems like
FF.
design cost is a lot higher for Calvert Elementary than it is for Northern Middle. We must be missing something.
This 3.599 for prior is part of design. It also includes the 268, 245. So yes, it is projected to be a little bit higher. It's out in a few years. And, you know, I don't know if based on whatever the requirements would be for design from DGS, if that cost really, I don't anticipate that it would be necessarily all that much, but that's what I'm carrying for right now.
And the state requires silver
They require lead silver or equivalent, yes.
to cost share the funding
Yes, yes.
at any amount.
That's correct.
And do you know, just have any idea of how much that increases construction costs?
So that's a interesting question, and I would have said probably 5 years ago, I would have said that it would have added potentially 2 to 3%. Now, with changes in the code has caught up. I don't think it's gonna really cost you anymore.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
When we build these schools, what is our cost overrun percentage-wise on average?
Our cost overrun?
Does it tend to cost us 10% more than was anticipated? Do we ever get any money back?
Yes, we do get money back. What I try to do is, I don't think that in the last couple of, for example, HVAC systemic projects that we've done, I typically have not come back to the Board of County Commissioners and asked for more money because a systemic project has come in higher than we anticipated because of market conditions costs. What I've tried to do is de-scope that project and do a portion of the project so that we can take care of the most critical equipment. An example of that, I'll actually go into Plum Point Middle School. We had money that was allocated within the budget for an HVAC systemic. we weren't able to do the full scope of the project. We ended up de-scoping because we do have within Comar the ability to be able to do that and quickly get pricing and turn around and do that amount of work, especially, for example, if we're bidding out an HVAC systemic in the winter, we're trying to do the work in the summer. Equipment being 52 weeks in some instances, or 30 weeks, we want to be able to hit the ground running very quickly. So what I've typically tried to do is then, if there's any savings from the county allocation, roll it into, say, another project or apply it towards another project. There's several examples of that. One is Southern Middle School HVAC will be coming before you for I guess it would be a budget transfer to apply those savings towards the Patuxent High School field house. So that's what I try to do.
When we built Northern High School, how much more did it cost us than anticipated?
So with Northern High School, what we ended up having to do is initially we bid that project, and it did come in 20% over budget. And so we redesigned. And there was, essentially, that was my predecessor, Mr. George Leah, at the time that came before the commissioners. There was discussion about how big that school ought to be because we were looking at significantly reducing the state-rated capacity down to, say, 1330. It was decided in the interest of, the fact that there's high levels of growth. There was feedback and there was consensus that we should really design a school for 1440 students. So we did go down. The initial school was like 1,500 state-rated capacity, so we reduced it. We reduced the square footage. We took out some work out of the scope, developed a lot of alternates, and we were able to bring it in within the budget. But we did get a budget adjustment, so we did get some more funding from the Board of County Commissioners for that. So that was a little bit of a different example because we ended up having to go back and redesign, and then it was rebid out afterwards.
Things in place now so that doesn't happen in the future?
That's I wish I had a crystal ball. We try to do as much as we can. One of the things that we do is instead of going with a hard bid, we have decided to go a different delivery method so we can get cost estimates at every phase. So with the schematic design phase for Beach and then same with Northern Middle, we've gotten 2 cost estimates. And we do leveling meetings with those 2 cost estimates line by line. We go through for each and every single line to make sure that if we're thinking that we're high in this area, say for HVAC, we've got another cost estimate and we're looking at, okay, where are the industry costs? What are the prices that are coming in? We're trying to do that during design versus getting ourselves in a situation where come bid day, we're surprised. So we're able to do that for these large projects. And it's worked so far, touch wood, hopefully it'll continue working, but we're trying to be very proactive to do
I think
that.
there were good intentions on that project, and, I did not physically see the number, but my understanding was it probably cost us a few $100,000, that mistake. And I don't know if that's correct or not. That's just what I was told during that time because the intention was to anticipation of more students, but the reality back from the state was if you want our funding, you're going to comply with what we want.
And Commissioner Hart, to that point, when I came before you several months ago, the state just looks at a 7-year picture. And, now Northern High School has, we probably would have been fine designing to 1,500, right? So the state only cares 7 years out because the state thinks, oh, well, you'll just slop on an addition.
And
we're not going to do that.
I mean, pretty much it sounds like you really don't have discretion. You're going to do it the way they dictate you to do it, or they're just not going to participate in funding. So that's why we
Yes.
adjusted our methods to
Yes.
basically we're gonna, if we go down this road, we're gonna have to do it the way they say, that way there is no discretion.
Unfortunately, that's correct. It's, yeah,
That's what I figured.
they've got the carrot of that
Yeah,
money.
you don't tell them, they tell you.
So what's the current capacity at Northern Middle?
The current capacity at Northern Middle is 680.
Percentage, on a percentage basis?
Oh, on a percentage basis. There are, goodness, there are, let me see, I believe, it's escaping me, but they are, I don't have the enrollment numbers off the top of
Because
my head.
Northern High School, I think they're at like 99% or something.
No, they're over capacity at Northern High. They're at 15, because the school capacity is 1440, they're at 15,
But all the
20
other
or so.
all the other high schools are under capacity.
Yes, they are. I believe that Northern Middle is over its current capacity right now. It might be like 687 students. I can get the exact number, but they've had quite an upswing
But
this
the other
year.
middle schools, you don't know what their capacities are either, and
Windy Hill, I do know that they have had, I think, so the capacity at Windy Hill is 750. I think they were like 787 or 790 or something along those lines.
and the southern schools tend to be under capacity.
They do tend to be under capacity, yes.
So instead of shifting those students around, we stack them in those schools.
So I know that we've had I've said this before, this is unfortunately not my decision, but yes, of course, any kind of redistricting would be looking at, again, required by the state, we'd have to look at, transportation times, we'd have to have, it would be a long process, but that is at the discretion of, in terms of redistricting. If we were to do that, we'd have to see really what could be done and what couldn't be done in terms of drawing those lines.
That's not your area, so.
Yeah, my understanding, that's the Board of Ed.
That's the Board of Ed.
Yeah, I've had several discussions over the years, I mean, and that's a whole other topic. I mean, take kids off at Darris Beach Road and pass a high school, and you could go all day long. I mean, during the construction of Calvert, there was trailers up at Tucson. I mean, so all those things could be done. I was told previous by a member a couple boards ago that they'll never do it. And every time I've brought it up, it's a highly charged political issue. It's like raising taxes on the county commissioner's side. I mean, I'll just be frank about it. I mean, they don't want the phone calls.
Yeah, the
So,
last,
and I've always complained that I think it's tragic to children that they grow up together at a small school, at a school, and then they go to elementary and middle school, and then all of a sudden they're shipped to another high school, and they don't have that opportunity to go to homecomings and proms with the kids they grew up with.
it's tough. Yeah, it's tough when you don't have a complete feeder system, which, it's,
And the only reason I know all this is because a couple times, during this construction piece, we've been asked to exceed the 100%. And I've never agreed with going over 100%. I mean, 100% should be 100%, especially when we have space in other schools.
Yeah, especially when you have all these other schools under capacity, it just, for efficiency wise, it just doesn't make sense. But we understand the political, we have to make those decisions all the time, and they're not easy, but, sometimes you just gotta do it. I do have another construction-related question. So we have a local construction company. Were they allowed to bid on the Beach Elementary School?
yes,
They were.
on Beach Elementary.
Are they gonna be allowed to bid on Northern Middle?
So actually, we went through the CM so this is a CM at risk delivery model. And those, basically, that's a quality-based selection with, the RFP was put out. And essentially, there was a short listing and interviews. So that process has completed, and that firm did bid, and they did interview, yes.
So they are gonna be allowed to bid on Northern Middle?
So The CM we bring on early on. When I was talking about the, like the cost estimate services, the pre-construction services, those are all part of the CM at risk delivery model. So the CM we have elected to bring on early, in each of these cases, Beach Elementary and Northern Middle. So we've already selected the CM at risk, and there will be subcontractors that will be bidding, but the CM has already been selected.
So what's the CM
It's a construction manager.
and what do they do?
What they do is they can be brought on early. It's best to be able to bring them on early during design so that they can provide cost estimating services, they can provide constructability review, to be able to look at the types of material that would be best, especially in instances of like Northern Middle School, because we're building so close to the existing building. What kind of access will you have to be able to run block up? So kind of looking at those types of issues, looking at costs of different types of materials and systems to provide input on those. So we want to be able to have those discussions and have that input early so that, again, we don't have an issue like Northern High School where essentially it's closed book pretty much until 1 month before you bid, and then at that point, you've already designed the building, you've already made your decisions, and it could be too late, and then you're waiting another year to redesign. So in order to avoid that situation, that's why we've gone for larger projects to a CM at risk model.
So they're in charge of it all, not you?
No, they're not in charge of it all. I'm not sure what you, would you
Well, I
explain?
thought you said you just turn it over to the CM and you let them, and they're in charge of all the bidding and the construction of the project.
They are in charge of the bidding.
So they're in charge.
Yes,
Not
yes.
you. Are they going to allow our local company to bid?
It's open book, and it's, we want to be able to get as much competition as possible, so.
So I just want you on record that you're going to allow them to bid on Northern Middle School.
So it will be subcontractor packages. Anybody can bid if they're qualified for a subcontractor package, yes.
Because they build schools everywhere else in the state of Maryland, but it seems like lately they haven't been allowed to bid on projects in Calvert County.
That is
And
not
you-
true.
That is not true. Okay. It's good to hear. It's good to hear.
So you have a process of the picking of the CM then? It's,
Yes. We have a process for, there are a number of delivery models, and we use design bid build for HVAC systemics. For these larger projects, we've decided to go with the CM at risk model because early on, they're providing pre-construction services during the design phase, but once the project is bid, they basically act as a general contractor. They take the entire risk.
So
we
they are
also-
they are the company in charge of building the project.
Like I said,
So you've already decided who's going to build the school. And what you're talking about is just subbing out parts of it, right?
yes.
no,
Wait a minute,
it's,
I got you nodding, I got him.
that's not exactly how it works, and I can certainly provide you with some information on the CM at risk model, but it's one of the models that's available. So, and honestly, with this type of environment with lead times, like for example, if we were to go a regular design bid build, switchgear, 80 weeks out, you cannot bid a project, a large project where you're gonna need switchgear and get it in time to be able to open a school. So you have to try to bid out earlier packages. So these are some of the things that we have to deal with, and we had to make these decisions, especially with the way lead times are on certain equipment. So that's why we've decided to go with this delivery model. We also do design build for like security projects, so that's a different type of a model,
So was our local company allowed to participate in the CM process?
yes,
But they were not selected?
correct. They were not selected as the CM.
And can you provide us the reasons why?
I can,
We'd like to see that comparison.
sure.
What company does this construction manager work for?
The construction management firm that's been selected for Northern Middle is Keller.
So they've already decided who's going to build the school.
Yeah.
I think you were asking about, so they're managing the construction as the CM at risk, and there are subcontractor packages. So all of the actual site work, MEP, the masonry, roofing, none of that has been determined. That's all
But
got to
you've
be bid
selected
out.
the general contractor.
That's
The
all has to
company
be
that's
bid
going to
out.
build the school.
The
You've
CM
already
has
done
been
that.
selected.
Yes.
Yes.
But they haven't bid the project yet.
It has not, those packages have not been bid because we haven't designed it. We
But
haven't
you've already
finished
selected the company
designing.
that's going to do it.
It's pretty typical of
Seems
school
pretty strange.
construction.
Is that a
Yeah,
bidding
I mean-
process?
No, it's not.
So the CM, at risk, there's a couple of different delivery models. So the CMR, it's a qualifications-based selection process. It's very, very specifically defined in COMAR, and we've had to get state approval of that. So you have to put together a very transparent rubric of what are some of the things that you're looking for. And based on that, just like you would with any professional type of service, you would receive proposals, you would
But, I'm sorry
select.
to interrupt, but they have not.
There's no
bid the
bidding
school out.
process, right.
But they've already said, Keller, you're
No.
going to build the school.
And my question is,
So how do you get competitive bids when you've already said, you're going to build the school, give us a price? Because that's what you've done.
No, there's just a fee that's been given, and we have a budget for the project. So the requirement is that they're going to bid it out, they're going to bid out the packages, and
Yes.
give us a guaranteed maximum price. Commissioner Ireland, you were asking about the process. So yes, there is a process, and we can provide you with that information.
but is there a bidding process associated with that? That was my question.
No.
Is there?
With the CM?
Yes.
They did
Sure.
provide us with their general conditions cost, fee costs, yes, and all of that was utilized in the comparison.
Was it competitive?
The firm that came in with the lowest price did end up getting selected.
Keller.
I can provide you with that information, yes.
I guess I'm a little confused and, so if we do a project, we build anything, a shed, it goes out to bid and anybody who's been vetted, that checks all the boxes, they bid on it and whoever wins that, they take care of the whole project. Maybe I'm wrong, I'm just a little confused here. It sounds like the person that's going to control the project's already been selected. And then the services to do, whether it's brickwork, electric, what have you, those smaller companies would just bid on providing the services. Is that correct?
Not quite. So, obviously with a shed, you don't have as many,
I'm just using it as an example.
Sure,
I mean, apples
sure.
to apples, whatever we do. I mean, we've built things larger too, firehouses, things of that nature. So I think where I'm going, because it sounds like whoever is in charge of the project is truly calling the shots of who they're going to work with. And even though there is a bidding process, so to speak, for services, it sounds like that person would be intricate in making that selection.
So all of the bid packages, site concrete, structural concrete, geotechnical services, all of those are bid out. They're advertised, it's the same sealed bid, but it's just that you are bidding out all of those packages and having sealed bids. It's not a decision. We would be opening those sealed bids together. So we would be opening up all of those bid packages. So like if you have the shed, the floor of the shed, if you've got concrete, you would be opening up those bid packages together. The lumber, the roof, you'd be opening up the bid packages for those subcontractors together.
We just don't normally dissect it to that level. We hire a company, and the company bids on it.
Builds the building.
Yeah.
And they take care of the whole thing. And so this is a little different to hear that, okay, a person's been selected. It seems, and like I say, I know there's pockets of money coming from everywhere, and I know it's not as basic as it sounds, but instead of just one company winning the bid and being responsible for the whole thing, all these different things here just don't seem to be that cost effective, because now there's a whole lot of moving parts. Well, there's a process to get the concrete, there's a process to do this. Instead of one person bids on the project, they're responsible to bring it in under that number, and best company wins. Doesn't sound, unless I'm missing something, like we're doing that.
It's actually exactly the same thing, but there is complete transparency because we're getting to see what those specific subcontractor bid packages are. So it's more transparent.
But we're handling it instead of the person that won the bid. You have your personnel into it as well, correct?
We are there to be in attendance when those bid packages are opened up, yes.
Sounds like a lot of hours.
I mean, I think it's worthwhile to spend those hours versus coming back to you and asking for a budget adjustment on a project and redesigning for a year,
Oh, I
like a
understand
northern
that,
high
but
school.
That's when the
So,
competitive bid comes into place, and a company that's vetted properly, they shouldn't be doing that. If they're vetted properly, they come in with a number, and it's an agreed a number, and everybody feels it's responsible, that should be the end of it. And now you wait for your project to be built. I understand making sure they're doing their work during that, but be involved with every single step along the way almost puts you in the contractor's seat.
no, because the contract specifically is that the contractor is at risk, so we're not at risk. The contractor is holding all the contracts.
So the contractor, I'm sorry, your CM has agreed he's gonna build the school for this amount. There will be no overruns. The
So-
CM has said he can build that school for this amount, there'll be no overruns.
So the way that it typically works is we are provided a guaranteed maximum price. Within that guaranteed maximum price, there is a contingency.
But then you don't have a guaranteed price.
No, the contingency is part of that guaranteed maximum price. So they are guaranteeing that there will be no cost overruns, yes.
And that price, that price, was that in your budget, I guess, process? What you all had included, what the school was going to cost?
Yes, we have the overall budget, and that is
And he
what-
came in at that price or below, correct?
So,
So what we're trying to get to, I guess, with the plaza over here, we bid it out competitive, and it came in under price. If we went with the CM form for the plaza, we would have wasted money. So I guess that's what we're trying, there.
right, and that's exactly why I'm telling you, this isn't happening behind a black curtain. Those bids are coming in, there's competitive bidding. So at the end of the day, it might have been the same thing. It's just that we're seeing all the concrete prices. We're seeing all of the prices. So it's the CM fee and the subcontractor prices all together, they will make up what potentially a general contracting environment would have had as well. It could be apples to apples, but we have more transparency we've got the input from the CM. We can't ask for input from a GC early on in design for, hey, what do you happen to be seeing with, this kind of equipment? Should we try to, make changes in our service so we can get away from, switchgear? All of that type of input, legally, we cannot do that unless we go with a CM at risk model. But the bidding and the contract is exactly the same at the end of the day. It is exactly the same. So that scenario that you bring up, it would have been exactly the same because it's transparent bids. The CM does not get to take back the rest. Anything that's left over comes back to us. It's exactly the same. And I can certainly provide you with more information on the CMR. It's used by a lot of school districts, and it's used throughout Maryland. It's been used for many, many years, 20-some years. So, and then especially with the lead times in equipment, it makes sense to try to use that kind of a model, and then especially with cost overruns and fluctuations, you want to be able to make decisions on what type of material and what type of equipment you're going to utilize, rather than work only with your design team and then cross your fingers come bid day. So we're trying to get ahead of it.
Where's Keller located?
They're in Mount Airy, but they are doing projects right now for Charles County Public Schools. I'm not sure if they're doing any in St. Mary's, but they do work all over.
What was their competition when you bid out for a CM?
So it was Keller, so the firms that we shortlisted, that we interviewed were Keller, Scheibel, Hess, and Whiting Turner.
And you can provide us with the information on the analysis that was done?
I can, yes. Sure.
Because we're all about supporting our local businesses, and it's very unsettling to us that we have a local business. It kills us when we can't give them bids and we're trying to change that law so we can. When we hear from them that they're not allowed to bid on projects, not even allowed to bid on a project, it's very disheartening.
Yeah, I don't know why they would say that because they were interviewed, so they were shortlisted
So we'd love
and
to see
interviewed,
why they
so-
failed the interview. Because they build schools every place else, but they don't seem to be allowed to build any in Calvert County anymore. Seems very odd.
That's not true. That is not true.
So when was the last school they built in Calvert County? Northern High School?
Northern High School.
Mm-hmm.
And they're on our design build pool. We're using them for multiple projects. So each,
So Director
decision on
Miller,
a
do we
case by
use the
case.
CM process for our construction projects?
Excuse me, I do not believe so.
Why don't we?
I don't know. We'd have to talk to CJ and JR about that. But, I don't know, I can see the good and the bad. If you get all your subs bids in on a trade and you find out those bids are very high, are you then turning around and going out and rebidding on on the trades?
Yes.
So then
So we
that
have the
could be,
flexibility to do that.
so that could be multiple bids. You know what a bidding process is like. We're all very familiar with that. I'm sure their rules are as stringent as ours. And then he has a CM fee. Is it a percentage or?
It's a percentage of the total cost, just like a general contractor
Right.
would have a fee.
And
Same
what
thing.
does that run? Do you know?
The fees, typically, depending on whatever fee they submit, they'll run anywhere from 2 to 5%.
Oh, that's
They
where
can.
he stays at. He stays at the top would be 5%.
I haven't interviewed like every single CM, but that's typically what I've seen, yes.
And the one Keller, he's gonna run about that.
I can send you guys the information on it.
And then change orders. What happens when there's a change order with a sub? Is he getting a fee? Is the CM getting a fee on that change order or?
No, they're not.
A lot of times when you have a general contractor, he he will then tap a fee on top of it when you have a change order.
You think?
A lot.
So
All
I
the
had to
time.
order 6 fans one time. I'm just a small-time guy. I'm just nowhere near in the big money financial dealings of all this. And State of Maryland had a program one time where I could save electricity if I put these lower draw fans in my store. Well, the first time that the power flickered and surge went through, it blew all the fans. Right? Just couldn't handle the load, right? So where I'm going with this is when the man come walking in, he finally showed up to try to replace it. He didn't have the fans. He had to go do it. So we went and got him. And he chastised my wife because he liked to make money too, because he wanted to charge me on top of the fans too. And that's kind of where I was going, that when every time you reach out and get this guy, that guy, well, I have to be paid for my services. It's a lot of man hours, you know. But I see what you're saying. There's a maximum, this, that, and the other. I just pretty much never see anybody that does anything for free. So, you know, that's just where I'm going. When you have so many different hands in the pie, it just seems like when there's one person doing it, they're going to work as efficient as humanly possible because they want to make as much as they can.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, like at Beach, so to Veronica's example, we ended up re-bidding out the site package, and that took a lot of hours for the CM to rebid that out, had to have another bid opening, but we got much better numbers second time around. That was still part of their fixed fee. They didn't charge any more money.
You don't think
We have
they
a very
build that into what they're
specific.
doing?
No, because we receive a fixed fee at the
Sure.
beginning for pre-construction
Sure,
services.
but when they're
so-
doing these bids, you don't think they build in there, you know, a little bit of cushion for potential problems that could come up?
So that is a contingency that we were talking about. So potential problems that come up, that when we were talking about change orders, yes, that is a contingency pot of money. So when Commissioner Hance was asking about cost overruns, the CM is required to identify a contingency, but any potential change orders would come out of that contingency, but they don't make a fee on it. The fee was determined from the beginning. That's it. So it's a little bit of a different model. But for what we're doing for larger projects only, where we have a lot of long lead time complex equipment, it's a good system to use. I would recommend it. And I can certainly,
Of course you would, you're using it.
I wouldn't use it if I didn't recommend it, right? Right.
So I like it so
Yeah.
much. I
I'm just
bought the
saying,
company.
we're building a county administration building. We heard for years it was gonna cost $50 million. We bid it at, it came in at 30 what? But you already told this company you're gonna give them $85 million to build that school. They don't have any incentive to come in any less, because they built their fee around $85 million. And you gave
Not
them,
quite.
you told them you're gonna let them build it before they bid any subs.
Not
So if
quite.
their subs come in under, that's money in their pocket.
So that's why one of the things that Commissioner Hart was asking about doing due diligence, you know, it would be one thing if during the design phase, if we were only getting cost estimates from the CM. But we have the design team provide cost estimates through a separate estimating firm, and that's when we do the leveling meeting. So it's trying to keep everybody honest.
Great.
Okay,
We look forward to the information. And
Thank you.
we've beat this horse enough.
where shall we begin?
Oh, it's not done?
No.
I can wrap up.
I thought we were done. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I think we're good with construction. I think
Are we?
can move on.
Okay.
Right, I mean, everything that's on there we talked about. Would you commissioners agree? Yes? Thank you.
Okay. So, let's see.
Maintenance.
Maintenance. Okay. So this is the education maintenance slide. So the next two slides, so education maintenance, because we do have a couple more projects, is broken out over two slides. So What I'd like to do is, again, it's set up the same way. You've got the prior funding, you've got FY '25. I'd like to run through the FY '25, and then I will very briefly go over 26 through 30 in terms of the type of projects that we have. So we'll go in the order of listing that you see here. So the first project you see in FY '25 is the athletic fieldhouse facility for Calvert High School. So that's design, $65,000. Now, one other thing for these site-type projects that I wanted to just note for you. The state, the first time around, when we build a new facility, they'll participate in everything, the parking lot, any kinds of site improvements. So for an elementary school, the playground. But then once they participate the first time around, they basically only will participate in a project if it impacts something that is happening within that building or on top of that building, as in, roofing, et cetera. So for this athletic fieldhouse facility, this would be 100% county allocation for design and for the actual renovation or replacement of construction of a field house. The next project that you see is the tennis courts at Huntingtown High School. Through consultation with our Athletic Facilities Advisory Committee, we've allocated $220,000 towards repair and resurfacing of the tennis courts at Huntingtown High. Again, being a site project, the state won't participate in this. While we're on Huntingtown High School, although I am jumping forward to FY 2030, I did want to point out that the $950,000 that you see in FY 2030 is not for tennis courts. It is for renovation of the existing athletic field house. So it's just on the wrong row. It just needs to slide down to the next one in case anybody had a question about that. Okay, going down to Mary Harrison Center. In FY 2025, this one is a jointly funded state and county project to replace the auditorium HVAC project. HVAC unit and to provide a separate boiler and associated pumps for the building. Currently, the existing Northern Middle School actually feeds the Harrison Center for its heating needs, but when the middle school is demoed, obviously that heating source will be gone. So this project will not only replace the HVAC unit that provides HVAC for the large auditorium, it will also get a heating plant separately for the Mary Harrison Center. The $655,000 that you see here, out of that, the state share will be $338,800, with the county share at $316,000 approximately. If we could move to the next slide, please. I will finish with the 2025 maintenance. Thank you. So next, you see Patuxent High School, FY 2025. You see $1,150,000 allocated for construction of the new athletic field house. In addition to the $1.15 million noted here, we are planning on requesting savings from an HVAC project and leveraging those savings towards construction of this field house. And then below that,
Excuse me 1 second.
Yes.
So did we do a design for Patuxent High Fieldhouse?
We haven't started yet.
So
We
why
will
do we
be
have a
designing.
design for Calvert High and a build, and for Patuxent High, we just have a build?
Oh, Patuxent High, we already requested and received the design funding in last year's CIP, so that's why we're not asking for
So I don't see
construction
it in the
funds.
prior funding.
Right.
I
it
don't see
didn't-
it in that.
It didn't get put in. You're correct. I can update those, go through the projects for you.
Okay. So we are doing, okay.
Yes.
Just clarify,
No,
just
you're
need an
correct.
update. Thank
And you said there's some leftover funding going to be used in that project?
Yes.
Is that already accounted for, or is that going to reduce the 1.1?
No, the 1.1 is the ask because the budget, because it's for a new field house, we're actually anticipating it'll cost, we're budgeting about $1.8, $1.9 million for that, so,
So the 1.1 is the net?
yes, that's right.
Since you're on these, I don't mean to interrupt you.
Sure.
But, we have all these fields, facilities, all these things. I brought it up before, I'd just be remiss if I bring it up again. Could we please, any place that we're gonna have outside things, make sure there's a bathroom that disabled people can use.
Absolutely, so that's,
Single porta potties are gross and not sufficient, and they can't use them. And I just think that we can do better than that.
with all of these athletic field houses, we would definitely incorporate, single restrooms that would be ADA compliant.
That is good news to hear. Hopefully, we have, because that last time we had talked, we weren't sure if the field houses would have that, so that, I mean,
Right, so we're gonna be, I think that would be a pretty, you know, a good thing to be able to put into these field houses, especially because they're gonna be in locations so that the public could use those single toilets. We're gonna be running, some plumbing there anyway, so, no, I think that just makes sense.
good, because it's hard to see 220,000 to resurface a tennis court, and someone who's disabled can't use the bathroom, and they've been like this for years.
Agreed, yes.
So that's good news to hear.
Okay, so we will move on. So the next item, although it says stormwater management, it really is for the replacement of the sewage pump station at Patuxent High School. That's what the 250 is. I'll now move on. If we keep going further down, playground equipment replacement, $300,000. This is something that we're beginning to incorporate in the CIP at miscellaneous elementary schools to be able to replace our playground equipment, to make sure that it's ADA compliant in terms of a pour-in-place surface. We have recently seated a committee that would help us with prioritization and exactly what we need for our playground facilities. In FY 2025, we also have $110,000 and change for miscellaneous paving and restriping at sites. And then if we move down to Plum Point Middle, we've got two projects. Commissioner Grasso, when you were asking a question about, cost overruns, and I was giving you an example, the project specifically that I was talking about was we had some money allocated for Plum Point Middle School to try to do a significantly large amount of HVAC system replacement within that building. We weren't able to afford the entire scope, so we ended up de-scoping the project. We've got some money that's left over from the Board of County Commissioners, so we want to be able to leverage that and then have some additional money to basically try to do the scope that we initially had set out in order to do. So this project that you see, the $886,820, is to attempt to do that in a second phase.
How much is the leftover money that you'll be adding to that 886,000?
There's not much left in the leftover money. It's like less than $50,000, but we'd roll it over. So the 886,820, though, one thing that I did want to note is that the state has already committed this funding because we made an application to the state through the Healthy School Facility Fund grant program. So they've already committed $468,160. The local share that we would be requesting would be $418,660 for this.
And why are we replacing it?
The equipment? So there have been a lot of indoor air quality issues with the HVAC equipment at Plum Point Middle School. What we ended up being able to replace, a lot of it has to do with just the equipment, outside air dampers not being able to open properly. There's been issues with humidity. The dehumidification is not working well in those units. So last summer, we were able to replace a large amount of equipment and the VAV boxes, about 100 VAV boxes, so for the 3-story section of Plum Point Middle. Now what we'd like to do is move to the two-story section. So if you enter the school over on the left-hand side, that would, if we were to be able to do all of this, that would take care of pretty much 90% of the educational wing. So to answer your question, it's been issues with humidity control, indoor air quality, those types of things at the school.
How old is that system?
It dates back to 1992. Okay. If there aren't any questions about that, the next project that we have is storefront and skylight replacement at some targeted openings. I don't know if you've visited Plum Point Middle anytime recently, but the storefront systems are in pretty bad state of disrepair. We've had a lot of leakage, mold, those types of issues, gasketing, seals. So specific targeted areas and the skylight, we'd like to be able to replace. So this particular project does that. $949,000, $539,000 of it being requested by the state and $410,000 being the local share. The next project.
Can I just ask you one thing?
Yes.
So when you say replacement of storefront, and I have not seen that, I've been there, but I've not seen that. This would be, there's obviously a glass
Yes.
opening, and you're experiencing leakage and mold from that.
Correct.
And also leakage from the skylights as well.
From the media center skylights specifically. So we wouldn't be looking at replacing all of the skylights. We're just really looking at the problematic openings, yes.
You know, skylights are problematic anyway.
I know. They can be, yes, for sure. Okay, and then the last systemic that you see is the Windy Hill Middle School HVAC, $778,000. This project would replace we have an ice slurry chiller at the school, and the ice slurry technology hasn't worked in years. So the chiller really doesn't work properly, and it's not supportable any longer by the manufacturer having gone defunct. And it's been a major problem to be able to maintain. And so we have this as a replacement with an air-cooled chiller. This is another Healthy School Facility Fund project, so the state has already committed the funds. And in addition, because Windy Hill Middle School did well in their previous maintenance score, we're able to garner 5% additional state funding. So they've already committed 61% towards that project. So their state share is approximately $470,000 for this, with the local share being about a little over $300,000. So that wraps up our FY 2025.
So we've been getting complaints about conditions of some of the athletic facilities at Northern High School, but I don't see anything on this list to address those.
I can let Mr. Navarro speak to that. I know that there have been some work done on the Northern High.
Yes, Commissioner
facilities.
Hance, what concerns have you received? We have made a couple of improvements that will be done, such as French drains are going to be installed behind the Northern High School softball field, the backstop, and also they're going to improve something with the foul lines. Those two things will be done.
Dugouts, weren't the dugouts in bad shape for the girls' teams?
Just introduce yourself.
Tony Navarre, Chief Operations Officer, sorry.
The girls' dugouts and also the restroom up there by the girls' softball field, they're not adequate. That's what the coach told me, and I met with the principal as well. They're not adequate. The girls have to walk down when they're playing games, so could you look into that?
The bathrooms in the concession stand?
No, yes, those bathrooms.
Okay.
And, you know, when the girls have to leave the field and it's occupied, they're just not adequate for the girls. And
What is adequate? I mean,
adequate means they might be taken up by a bystander and the girls are running off the field and there's just not enough stalls.
okay.
Would you check into that?
I'll check into that. I'll see how it compares to the boys' side as well for baseball.
Good,
Yes.
Thank you.
There are also, one other thing is being fixed at Patuxent High School is the softball field. The infield dirt is being replaced. Apparently, over the years, it got very compacted, so they're replacing that as well.
Wasn't there a tennis court issue at Northern as well?
A what?
A tennis court issue?
Oh, tennis court issue is that I don't think
Big enough.
they're big enough. And when they have competitions, I've got it in my notes, but they're lacking one court that they need to compete.
So with the middle school project, were there tennis courts being added there, or?
We are hoping to be able to add, well, not really add. We were hoping to be able to add, yes, add a court because there's 2 courts there right now. We're looking into that. I don't know if it's going to work with the grades, so it might be pretty expensive. We'll have to see.
Thank
We'd
you
like to
for,
try to add one.
Patuxent's fourth court is finished. Doc sent me a text that it's.
Yes, sir.
So they can play on it again. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so in the out years, I will just very, very quickly, rather than going through each of the education maintenance projects for 26 through 2030, I'll just note that our CIP consists of 3 types of projects: HVAC renovation, systemic renovation, re-roofing, window replacement projects, site projects such as repaving, stormwater management, pond improvements, and then athletic projects at the field houses, so athletic field houses and playground replacements at the elementary level. So I do want to just reemphasize, I know that Veronica made this point already, but as we look at the total CIP funding request, the figure of $139.7 million that you see at the bottom of this slide is shared funding between the state and the county, with the total county allocation of $68.7 million between education and maintenance over the 6-year period, with the state contributing the rest. I'd like to note that the projects we've identified within our 2025 CIP are an investment in our teachers and students, of course, and will positively impact the facilities that they'll work in and learn in for years. So we're thankful, of course, as always, for the Board of County Commissioners' support when it comes to capital projects. If we take a step back and account for how many students these projects positively impact, the FY 2025 projects alone will support facilities for nearly 8,000 of our Calvert County Public School students. So with that, that wraps up my presentation. I'll take any other questions you may have at this time. Thank you.
I think we're good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we have 6 presentations for CIP. We've just completed the first one. I will see you
Yay.
5 more times. Thank you
Yay.
very, very
Looking forward to it.
much.
Look what we were
forward
done,
to it.
Veronica.
It's the
We
best
can
time
do
of
this.
year.
I know. It just,
It's all
that
blur.
time just keeps getting shorter
Doesn't
and
it?
shorter in between each
Blur.
presentation.
It's because I'm getting
I'm
older.
always in budget.
Absolutely. We are too.
As soon as July comes, I'm putting out
It's
the
never
CIP. It's never over. No, but thank you all.
Absolutely.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next item under new business, Department of Community Resources, Calvert Library budget adjustment for bookmobile shelter. Ms. Wilson, welcome.
Hello.
It's still morning. Feels like afternoon, but.
Yeah, it does. Good morning, Commissioners. Carrie Wilson, Executive Director of Calvert Library. I will start by reading the memo. Background. The Calvert Library Bookmobile overnight and Sunday parking is behind the Harriet Elizabeth Brown Community Center located in Prince Frederick. It's next to the utility building. The county commissioned an architect and engineer to plan a shelter that would protect the bookmobile from the elements. Shelter would protect the vehicle wrap from deterioration caused by UV rays and from accumulating snow and ice, which keeps the vehicle off the road for longer than necessary. Investing in a shelter will extend the life of the vehicle wrap and keep the vehicle on the road for more days of the year. Discussion. The project to recarpet and to replace chillers at Calvert Library Prince Frederick resulted in savings that could be used to construct the shelter for the Calvert Library Bookmobile. Design plans for the shelter are already prepared, but funding is needed to continue with construction. Fiscal impact. Calvert Library's Board of Library Trustees has approved the use of $59,036 in savings from CIP 160 to CIP 142 to enable the construction of a shelter for the mobile library/bookmobile. Conclusion recommendation. Calvert Library requests the Board of County Commissioners review and, if appropriate, approve the budget amendment BA 2024-000270, moving $59,036 from CIP 160 to CIP 142. So this is a, sorry, can't see with them, can't see without them. I'm at that age. We've been working with Tom Jones on this structure since we commissioned the vehicle and got the bid for it, because we knew it was going to need a place to be stored, to keep it out of the elements, it's not just extending the life of the wrap, it's extending the life of the vehicle. So it has solar panels, cameras that give driving, side view, rear view on the roof, as well as, Catherine's not here, skylights. It has skylights for natural light inside the vehicle.
And leak.
Yeah, they will leak at some point, and so the less pressure they get from elements and freezing and thawing, the better, and the longer those will last, and the fewer repairs we'll have to make. Same goes for solar panels. Of course, if it leaks, that's electrical and collections that it leaks onto. The wrap needs to be replaced at this point because it's been out in the elements every 2 years. That's a cost of about $6,000. So again, if it's stored under cover, that's going to extend the life of the wrap as well. Plans and permits are done. There was some money expended on those. It's ready to go and ready to build. One thing I did hear, there are some concerns about the cost. This is a structure that will withstand heavy winds and the elements. It's not just an aluminum structure that's going to bend and fly away in a storm.
So what is the total cost of the project?
The bid that we've gotten from Unisource is for $51,127.
And that's turnkey? Okay. So the only other thing I had was the placement of this structure. We're talking about what we're doing with different facilities within the county, and I just don't want to put it, you have prepared behind the HEB there, and is that the perfect place for it? I just don't want to get 2 years down the road and have to move this somewhere, so.
Sure. Is 2 years the time frame for the alternate
I
plans?
don't know yet.
Okay.
Could be 2, could be 6.
Could be 20.
The time frame may match the life of the vehicle.
So like I said, it's
in
just.
practical speaking.
What is the life of the vehicle?
About 10, 15 years, and it depends how we treat it, what the life of the vehicle is, so. We would like to protect that investment. HEB is the place that it's parked right now because we want it behind a locked gate, and we want a place with security. And that is the centrally located place that fits that. Fleet is an option. It's off, it's a 20-minute there and back drive to get back to the main road, so that cuts into service time.
So are you ready to come again and ask us for $6,000 to rewrap the van? Is that?
It is in my budget.
What I'm hearing? It's in your budget
It is already in my budget.
coming up.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So it's in this year's budget to do the SUV, but the more we think about that vehicle's close enough to end of life that we're going to look for a grant to replace the vehicle,
We just got
not
it.
the wrap.
Well, the thing's only about 5, 6 years old. We're just talking
The
about one that
SUV is about 12,
we- so
15.
what's the one that we,
The bookmobile is 2 years old.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay, so but you're not talking about that.
That needs to be rewrapped next year, so I have money in my budget next year to wrap
Okay.
that. But we may wrap the bookmobile this year, which would save us some money next year, and just look for a grant for the SUV, which does the homebound service delivery.
And then it's my understanding that you're using existing funds, you're just moving them.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as far as location, they could look into if there are other options.
Other
Yeah,
options
I mean,
would be,
that's,
yeah.
we did it, I'm always open to creative solutions, that's what I do, but that is the best place we figured out 2 years ago when we purchased the vehicle. But should that become a no-go, but I suspect the timing is gonna work out just fine.
And it is too tall to fit under the current library?
By 2 feet, yes.
Okay. or?
Yeah, not just a little bit,
As soon as
a
I saw
lot.
this, I was like, well, I can't dance. I said, well, it's probably
Yeah.
too tall.
Now, in the next, I mean, ideally, in the next 10 years, we're building a new building at Southern or Fairview, which could provide an opportunity to include a garage so that it's locked, secure, in a climate-controlled environment that's part of a facility. Or that could be part of any county facility. But, yeah, so there are opportunities, but this is the kind of short-term, probably the life of this vehicle, honestly.
Questions?
Well, I think it seemed like there was some concern in, again, how much it's actually costing for this.
Right.
Can we do it cheaper? I mean, I understand the money's there, the funding's there, but if we
Right.
can save,
We
we're
got
gonna
it.
save it.
I think that Tom just went with Unisource because that's the county's general, contractor go-to. But we could get a couple other quotes and see if it comes in lower.
I'd be fine with that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
be
for that
happy to do
amount of money, we probably might want to bid.
Yeah.
At least it gives you a reference of what it's gonna cost, but
Yeah.
before we finally do it, we probably would bid it out, just to be sure,
Yep, yeah, that sounds
to be
smart.
transparent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we get a second bid on the project and see if we have a second location for the project. And come back to us with the findings.
Can I ask a question? Isn't it standard to get 3 bids before we go
Yeah.
with?
We-
Yes.
Yeah, we
Let's
just
get
bid it
3
out.
bids and,
Yeah,
yeah,
there you
3
go.
bids and maybe an alternate location to talk about. Does this have concrete floor?
The spot at the Heb?
No,
I mean,
the
it's-
the structure we're talking about it's pouring concrete floor also.
I don't know, but I think it's just using the concrete that's already there.
Okay.
I mean, it's on
Or the
it's
surface
on
that's
pavement,
already
the
there.
surface that's
Surface.
there. I
Okay.
don't
Yeah.
think it's another layer. Yeah. Yeah. I think we're just talking about walls and a roof.
So I think that Commissioner Cox's motion is that we approve the budget adjustment and that we look at if there are other alternative locations and that we bid the project out, much like we do any other county project. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
So I have a motion and a second that we approve budget amendment BA 2024-000270, moving $59,036 from CIP 000160 to CIP 000142, that we investigate alternative locations that may be suitable, and that we bid the project out as we would any other county project. Is there any discussion on that motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gary.
Brings us to item 3 under new business, Calvert County Ethics Commission stipend request. Ms. Ashley. And company.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
My name is Ashley Staples Reed. I am the staff liaison for the Ethics Commission. To my left is Chairperson Brian Fairweather, and then to his left is Vice Chairperson Thomas McLaren. So
Morning.
Good morning.
I will go ahead, I will start with the memo, and then they also have provided a presentation that they will run through. So for background, in Maryland, each county and municipal corporation shall enact provisions to govern the public ethics of local officials relating to conflicts of interest, financial disclosure, and lobbying per Maryland Annotated Code, General Provisions, Article Section 5-807. The Board of County Commissioners adopted the Calvert County Ethics Code and established the Calvert County Ethics Commission in February of 1982, with the last revisions adopted by Resolution 20-12 and amendments by Resolutions 45-14, 42-17, and 37-22. Discussion. As set forth by the Calvert County Ethics Code, the Calvert County Ethics Commission shall meet monthly with a full membership consisting of 5 regular members and 1 alternate member, and shall perform the following duties: select its chairman, vice chairman, and secretary annually by majority vote, act as the county's advisory authority responsible for interpreting the ethics code and advising persons as to its application, be responsible for considering and making a determination on any complaint files regarding an alleged violation of the ethics code, adopt rules of procedure regarding its operation in conformance with the Ethics Code, be the custodian of all statements, registrations, reports, and complaints in accordance with the Ethics Code, be responsible for conducting informational, educational, and training programs regarding the purpose and implementation of the Ethics Code, and to certify to the State Ethics Commission on or before October 1st of each year that the county is in compliance with the state requirements for local elected officials. Due to the nature and scope of work associated with the commission, a stipend of $600 per meeting for the chairperson and $500 per meeting for regular members and an alternate when applicable is being requested. This request amount aligns with all other paid boards and commissions that are appointed by the Board of County Commissioners. Fiscal impact for 2024 would be $15,500 to support monthly meeting stipends to the commission members starting February 2024 and ending in June of 2024, with $500 per meeting for members and an alternate, and $600 per meeting for the chairperson. And then FY25 and the preceding fiscal years will be a full amount of $37,200 to support those monthly meeting stipends at the same rate. Conclusion recommendation, the Ethics Commission requests that the Board of County Commissioners consider the request, and if appropriate, direct the Department of Finance and Budget to process a budget amendment. And again, they do have a presentation. Your clicker is right up there. And I will pass it on to them.
Thank you. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, good morning. Morning. As stated, I'm Brian Fairweather. I'm the chairperson of the Calvert County Ethics Commission. So, make sure this thing works here. So, actual button to press. Am I sliding? Am I pressing? There's buttons on that side. That's why she's here. So most of this slide here, again, just says pretty much what you've seen, and Ashley just stated on the memo of what we are actually requesting. Again, I think it's important to emphasize that the purpose is to compensate our members for the impact they have on the entity of Calvert County government. We have the potential essentially to touch every aspect of Calvert County government through members being able to ask questions to us of whether an action is ethical or not, or decisions, things like that, and all of the population of the government to make a complaint if they feel that something within the county government is being unethical. So, again, we have the potential of touching the entirety of the government and the entirety of the county, essentially. So why is the commission important? I think this pretty much states is that is to instill the trust of the population of the county and the confidence of its elected members, appointed officials, and all the employees. And furthermore, that trust is eroded if there is if the government is acting inappropriately, or more importantly, even if there is the appearance of them acting inappropriately. So that's essentially the purpose of the commission. So the nuts and bolts of what we do. This is the primary task of the commission. Most of these are going to be in detail in the following slides. Other than the top one, we do provide training to all new appointments and every employee within the government, within the Calvert County government, and then every 2 years thereafter, they get that training again, to know what we do and know what is available to them. The advisory opinions, the complaints will be in some follow-on slides, so I'll just move on to that. So advisory opinions, this is, I think, by far how we get used the most. So you can see within the last 3.5 years, we've had 38 advisory opinions sent to us, so approximately one per month sent to us. And primarily within Calvert County, it's somebody that is an employee that's asking about secondary employment, whether there's a conflict with what their existing position is, whether they can have secondary employment or not. But there really is a wide range of things asked to us. So between discussion in the meeting, creating an opinion, editing opinion, so on and so forth, it's approximately 2 hours per advisory opinion that we spend on those. Again, it's approximation. Complaints. So again, any person within Calvert County can provide a complaint if they feel that the government or somebody within the government is acting unethically. So we will discuss that complaint, may ask for more information if we need it. Obviously, we'll dismiss it if we don't feel enough information is provided. And the important part of this is that it takes 4 members to move forward. If we feel that there is sufficient evidence provided, it takes 4 members to vote to move forward with an inquiry and possibly investigation on that. The last 3.5 years, we've had approximately 5, or we have had 5 complaints. and those have been dismissed for a variety of reasons, but those 5 have been dismissed in the last 3.5 years. Compliance with the state ethics law. The state periodically changes their ethics law, so it's up to us to review those changes, make sure that Calvert County is then in compliance with everything that they've changed, and make sure that our Calvert County code is in compliance. In addition to that, there's an annual certification that we also send up to the state, just to show that we are in compliance with the state law and what we're doing, just kind of a summary of what we're doing for that year is sent to them annually. And then the bulk of certainly time involved, not necessarily the same importance, but time is financial disclosure statements of every employee, elected official, and appointed official is to submit a financial disclosure statement to us as part of state law and again through the Calvert County Code as a requirement. Each of those is reviewed by a member of the commission. And you can see with last year there were 648 of those sent to the commission.
In Calvert County?
Within Calvert County, that's how many were provided to us.
648 elected officials in Calvert County?
And elected, appointed, and employees.
Oh, gotcha, sorry.
That's right. And then on top of that, just this last year in 2023, there is an exempting process of certain positions that are exempt from providing that financial disclosure statement, which is why there's only 648. We had a list previously, but as the board members were only there for 3 years, that list was created previous to us, so how that list was created, nobody really knew. So we kind of codified that, created a form, so now there's historical record of the supervisors turning this form exempting their employees of this person doesn't need to provide a financial disclosure statement. This is why that's now codified, it's now documented for historical purposes, so that when we move on, hopefully that information is there, and every year that will be reviewed of the supervisors, is this person still exempt? Are they not exempt anymore? Do they want to exempt more? So on and so forth. It's historical nature now. So the commission membership, again, as discussed by memo, there's 5 members, 1 alternate. So the interesting thing out of this, in the last 32 meetings we've had, so in approximately the last 3 years, all of those 6 positions were only filled for 12 of those meetings in the last approximately 3 years. In order to have a quorum to actually hold a meeting, we have to have at least 3 members present. So in the last 32 meetings, again, in the last approximately 3 years, only 8 of those meetings had 3 people, so we just barely had a quorum for 8 of those meetings to actually conduct the business of the government. And then, as I stated previously, if a complaint is received, it takes 4 members to vote for that in order to initiate an inquiry. And again, in the last 32 meetings, we had to be tabled, but we had a complaint that had to be tabled twice because we didn't have 4 members to even vote to move forward or not. So we're kind of on the razor's edge frequently of actually being able to conduct the things that we need to conduct. And with that, a few quotes for some leadership on the importance of ethics, and I will open it up to any questions you may have.
Where do you meet?
We currently meet virtually via Zoom.
Why?
I mean, essentially, it started during COVID. Obviously, everybody went virtual, so the meetings happened virtually. That was prior to my time. I came in kind of at the tail end of COVID. We were meeting virtually. And simply because we're still effective and it's efficient, and we've continued doing that. On top of that, it's somewhat of a personal ease for me. I am currently, my full-time occupation, I travel frequently. Every week I'm on the road. And so I'm still able to conduct these meetings and be the chairperson for these meetings while I'm out of town.
Previous to COVID, where did the committee meet?
I can't remember the name of the building.
So they met at the Phillips House, which was behind where Community Resources is.
Okay.
Right on Duke
Okay.
Street.
Thank you.
So is it planned to get back in-person meetings or plan to stay virtual?
There currently is no plan for it. We can add to the agenda and have a discussion item if that's something that the commission chooses to do, but that's not.
Just ask.
There's not currently a date set for us to move back in person.
And how did you arrive at this stipend?
The amounts or again, it's in line with other boards and commissions in Calvert County.
And what do other ethics commissions in other counties receive?
That's something, we asked that question.
So I can touch on that. We asked MACO to send out a survey to all of the jurisdictions. They did do that. We did not receive full responses from all of the neighboring jurisdictions. However, the responses that we did receive, there are no stipends given to their ethics commission members.
And you meet once a month. How long do those meetings last?
Typically an hour to 2 hours.
And if you don't have a quorum, you can't conduct any business?
Correct.
So then you don't meet without a quorum?
Correct.
So I think the slide said in the last 32 months, you've only had a quorum 4 times?
I have to get back on that.
Or is that,
I think we've only, for 8 of those meetings, we have only had the minimum amount to hold a quorum.
yeah,
We have not been below the quorum yet.
right. And I will say, you know, I know we had an issue 3 years ago, and we had some resignations, and the Ethics Commission struggled. And it is important, you know.
I'd just like to say, I appreciate you being there. You know, there's no playbook on how to do this job. And people come at you from all walks of life and asking things that you think are just so innocent and you don't know. And it's been heard around me 9 million times that I don't make a move without talking to the county attorney, because I understand my role, you know, and I understand that the perception of me could be that I'm speaking for the other 4, and I don't have the right to do that, you know. So, you know, there are times, and John can attest to, John's like, we need to send it to you guys. So, to me, it's an extremely valuable tool, because I am very protective of my name. I mean, you can call me a lot of things, but once you start touching on that, hair comes up on my neck and I come out swinging. So, when you say I'm good, and if he says I'm good, I feel that I'm good. So I just want to thank you, because it is, if the people don't have any faith in what you say, then you have nothing. And there's always going to be somebody that wants to throw rocks at you, but integrity has to be premium. And without that board, there's no integrity.
And we strive to do that at every meeting. One of the things that precipitated this, if you will, if we don't, we put off a complaint for 3 months because we didn't have a quorum. And that's not serving the county. That's not serving the people that work for the county. And it's very difficult to ask what we're asking for. What I think is like the carrot on a stick. If you want to get people on this commission that are qualified, perhaps it would help if there was a stipend. That's a difficult thing to ask. But we have on our commission now, we have 2 attorneys, and one that you approved today, who has an enormous amount of experience in ethics. Like you said, Mike, it's, you go to the county attorney for advice. If you want to quantify that, what's that worth to you? Perhaps we could think along those lines with our commission.
Oh, if the public had to pay, like what a private attorney would be, I mean, it's right, it's unaffordable.
Now, I'll stand corrected on this, but I believe that when I spoke, I made some phone calls, and I think PG County, they're, one of the biggest time-consuming things that we do is the financial disclosure statements. It takes 4 hours to go through one of them binders, and they're like that. Plus, we got to drive to here to get the binders, so there's some costs associated with that. So I think it's, if you were to, in PG County, the FDSs, I believe, are not part of the commission's responsibility. I think it's an employee or employees in the county that review the FDSs. And my question, what is the loaded cost of an employee per year? Certainly a lot less than we're asking for. So I think that it's difficult to quantify because you don't want to use, although I already did, you don't want to use like, well, if you gave them a stipend, you'd get more people in applying, and I think you would. Because we really struggled. We struggled for a couple of years to get people in there. And it was, like you say, Mr. Hance, was a result of some litigation that occurred several years ago from one of the previous commissioners, that our meetings are public, and our reputations as individuals could be besmirched in the press because of actions taken against us. So I think all that together would perhaps give you an idea of what value we bring to the table.
I'm not saying yay or nay, but I am saying it makes me wonder who we are appointing, that they're not upholding their end of the bargain and showing up for these meetings. I've been on committees all my adult life. This is the first time I've ever gotten paid, and I make a whopping $48,000 a year for 40-plus hours a week. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we should relook at who we are appointing and make sure that these people are serious about their commitment, because you're right, that does put you at a disadvantage when you don't have a quorum. And shame on them for not taking their appointments seriously.
And they weren't absent. They quit. So after the dust settled, we were left with 3 individuals.
So you've had to rebuild. It's not that the people we've appointed have left you high and dry. You've had to rebuild. And why did they leave? What were their reasons?
I was new, and when I came aboard, there were, I was the alternate. We had commission members. It was a full boat, and 2 just, I believe, left. I don't know what their reasoning was. I don't think they didn't tell me they were leaving.
Okay.
Well, that issue occurred with Commissioner Kelly, and I think there were some issues with the chair of the Ethics Commission at that time, and I think that all that,
And it was very public.
yes, all that created some issues for other Ethics Commission members that they felt like they just didn't want to have to deal with that. So it was an unfortunate situation
It was bad.
that occurred, and you can't blame people for not being more engaged. But, you know, we have lots of boards and committees, and we struggle to get people to volunteer. Even the planning commission that we pay the members, you know, sometimes we're challenged to get applicants for that. People just don't volunteer like they used to, you know. As Commissioner Grasso said, I've volunteered my whole life, driven all over the state of Maryland on my dime, because I felt, you know, I just felt like it was my obligation. But people don't do that anymore. And I know we've struggled to find ethics commission members. It's not a hugely time-consuming business, but it's an important thing that you all do. Make sure that we all.
It touches every employee in this county, including yourself.
It does. And it's just kind of sad when people won't volunteer anymore, don't feel. And we see that in our fire departments, same thing. They struggle to get members anymore. People just don't want to volunteer. Lives are busy, and they have other things to do, so. So
Do you need a motion, Mr. Preston?
Yeah, something.
Okay. I move that we approve the requested budget adjustment in the amount of $15,500 for the current fiscal year, and include the continuation for consideration with the FY 2025 budget.
I have a motion. but I don't have a second. So we can't take any action on that motion. But we'll take under advisement your concerns, and we'll see if there's somewhere we can meet you in the middle, maybe.
I was gonna say, just make a motion to table it for now?
Well, I don't know that we need a motion to table. There's, Mr. County Attorney, there's no required action that we have to take, correct?
The status quo continues.
But let us take a look and have a little more discussion about how we want to move forward. Personally, I can't speak for the other five. My personal opinion is that when we pay individuals to show up for meetings, that they need to show up. And that I think we should talk about a policy about Zoom and stipends. Because if we are going to pay you, I think we would expect you to show up. So,
Showing up virtually, not showing up?
showing up in person. We attend some, I might as well say it, some planning commission meetings, and there's a member or two that never comes in person now. They only show up via Zoom. And the other members took the effort to show up in person, and they're all getting compensated the same thing. So to me, and I'm speaking only for myself, I'm not sure that's fair. So, just to give you a little heads up, but we'll do a little more investigation, and I don't think this issue is done by any means, but,
It's not done for me. I really want to dive deeper
Yeah.
into this.
because it is important
definitely.
what you do. We just have to be careful. We don't want to start, I'm speaking for me again, I don't want to start and then they're all going to line up. Every board and commission that we have, is going to line up and say, well, you're paying them, now we want to get paid too. I think that, for me personally, I am concerned, but what you do is important, more important than, oh my God, I shouldn't say that either.
No, don't go there.
I'd also
What you do is very important.
I'd also be interested in the feedback from Mako. See what they have to say.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
So we're not done.
Right. And I
Don't-
know there
don't
has
think-
been some other boards that pay Zoom one price, in person one price. So
Yeah,
that's my 2 cents.
So we'll have some more discussion, and like I said, don't take this as a no, but we'll be in touch.
Thank you for your time today.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you all.
And thank you for what you do. We do appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Keep me out of jail anyway. That's the goal.
Thanks, good.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is old business, Department of Planning Zoning Ordinance Update. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Afternoon.
Mary Beth Cook, Director of Planning and Zoning. With me is Judy Maple, Deputy Director of Zoning, and Rachel O'Shea, who is our zoning planner and also been our project manager on the zoning ordinance update. So we're here to do a little check-in with you today. We've been working on, we rolled it out the new zoning ordinance about 9 months ago. And so I just wanted to talk about where we are and where we're going and how we hope to get through to adoption. So I'll read the memo for a little historical knowledge. As mandated by the comprehensive plan, the Calvert County zoning ordinance is adopted to regulate land uses as part of the effort to promote the health, safety, and general welfare of Calvert County residents. Ordinance 35-06, approved by the Board of County Commissioners, adopted the current zoning ordinance in May of 2006. The county's most recent comprehensive plan was adopted in 2019 and amended in 2022. Staff prepared a draft ordinance to bring the zoning ordinance into compliance with the current comprehensive plan and has been reviewing the draft in increments with the Planning Commission and the Commissioners. As of January 17th of this year, 5 public forums and 7 work sessions will have been held to present various chapters for discussion and to receive public comments. The forums and work sessions are scheduled to continue through May of 2024, and then staff will begin preparing the second draft based on the comments that we've heard. Since we are over halfway through the update process, staff will provide an update on how the process is going and would like to discuss any changes that the commissioners have identified that should be addressed in the second draft. No fiscal impact, and we're here to request guidance on the draft zoning ordinance update process. So as I stated, we released the draft in April of 2023. Monthly, we've been holding public forums, followed the next month with joint work sessions. with the Planning Commission and the Commissioners. We've made adjustments to the schedule to address public comments. We were told we were rushing. We were not giving enough time for comments to be submitted, for them to review articles. And we have just recently done some additional adjustments to the end of the schedule to separate the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners so that the Planning Commission will have an opportunity to have a work session and their own public hearing, followed by the commissioners doing the same. So deadlines are set each month for comments so that we can include those comments in a package. That by no means you've missed your opportunity. So if there's a citizen out there that's just now realizing that we're doing this update, they have every opportunity to review any article and submit comments at any time. It's just that we have deadlines for packages, for the agendas, and so in order to submit comments, we have to have them by a deadline. But we will be continuing, rolling, giving the commissioners and the planning commissions comments we received, and you'll be able to make comments on any article up through the public hearings. So as I stated, we're more than halfway through. We have a public forum scheduled for this Thursday on Article 18, uses and the land use table. And that work session with the commissioners and the planning commission will be in February for those articles. Upcoming articles, in February, our public forums will include Article 1, the title, purpose, and applicability, Article 2, definitions, and Article 29, signs. So I suggest start thinking now about how you feel about the electronic signs, because I know we had a discussion last year, and so that's going to be a hot topic and something we definitely want feedback on. In March, our public forum will be Article 20, the natural resources article, and Article 21, forest conservation. There was legislation passed last year during this 2023 session that significantly changed forest conservation regulations at the state, and we've had to adopt those regulations into our ordinance. So that's going to be a big discussion about what those changes are and how they'll affect development. And in April, we'll have a discussion on Article 17, transferable development rights, and Article 31, subdivision. So staff has been working on a density study to be completed, and when it's completed, what the outcome of that is how many total number of units could be constructed today under the current zoning. And then we're going to turn it around and do it with the proposed zoning, so that we'll be able to do a comparison of what's the potential of development in the county today versus once we make the changes. So that study's still being done. Our staff's been working very closely with the GIS department and technology services. So we've kind of pushed off talking about subdivision till we have that study done. So that's coming. So upon completion of all the articles, staff will be creating a second draft based on comments from the commissioners, the Planning Commission, and the comments that we've heard from the public, and then be having the work sessions that I discussed earlier separately with the Planning Commission and the commissioners, followed by public hearings for adoptions. So that's where we are, where we're going, and so we're here to hear any comments that you may have.
So Director Cook, just so people understand when we talk about the zoning ordinance update, what we're really talking about. So the next two issues that are coming up are land use. Just broadly talk about what's sort of in that discussion so people know what's really going on.
Okay, so anything that you do in the county has to be permitted by zoning, and we have land use charts that are broken down by different types of land uses, anything from residential, agricultural, industrial, recreational, institutional, and then it's then beside the uses across the chart are your zoning district. So where you live is in a specific zoning district, and you can look to see what type of uses are permitted in each of those zoning districts. So you wouldn't want a warehouse in a residential district. That would be something more appropriate for an industrial district.
Right. So that's why I keep telling everybody it's very important.
Yes, very important.
And we're looking for citizen input because it's, you know, we use that input to make our decisions, and that's what, this is what determines what the county's going to look like. And just like Director Cook said, you don't want a warehouse in the middle of a subdivision. Well, this is where we do that. You know, we define the uses based on the zoning. And in some cases, there's a process where they can come in and ask for something that may be allowed, but may not be, you know,
And that's a good
automatically
point,
allowed.
yes. So there's permitted uses, permitted by right, you would be allowed to do it. There are conditional uses, which means there's a certain level of conditions that you need to meet. If you meet those, you are able to have that use. And then there are also special exception uses, which you need to go to the Board of Appeals for consideration, and then the neighbors are given an opportunity to weigh in.
Right, so the land use section is very important. The density discussion is going to be very important. I mean, there are some of those sections that are boring. But there are some sections that are very important, and we really would like, because participation has not been that great.
It has not.
Comprehensive plan, we generally get pretty good public input. In this process, we've not, and in my opinion, as I always say, this is probably more important than the comprehensive plan, because this is where you actually put the meat.
Yeah, this has teeth.
Yeah.
I said it all along during the comp plans. I was watching, you know, a lot of energy, and I'm like, no, what you want to read is this. Comp plans, you know, I don't want to say it's a concept.
It's a goal, a vision.
It's a goal, right?
Yes.
A vision, so to speak. But this is what the reality. This is what you can and can't do.
So when something happens, you say, well, my God, I hate that. Apartments, I'm going to bring up apartments, because now everybody's screwing. That was done back in the 80s in the zoning ordinance.
Correct.
So if you don't want to see that, now is your opportunity. We're updating the zoning ordinance. Here's your chance. And as Director Cook says, you know, this process is nowhere by means done. We're working on a draft. Things are going to change, but this is where you throw it up against the wall and see if it sticks. And so it's very important that we have participation.
Well, like President Hance said, this has the teeth. It definitely does. And about 6 weeks or 7 weeks ago, you sent us different projects that are out there.
Yes.
What's going to be built, so on and so forth. And one of my fellow commissioners took a 8x10 sheet of paper, and he showed me how he had plotted out in a rather small area 5 different projects and what each project would contain. And my comment, and of course his as well, is we don't have the infrastructure for this. Where are these people going to go? And when we were running, there were those of us who were very concerned about the infrastructure, the lack thereof. And I know I ran on the fact that I was not for high density, and I'm not for high density. And I still see people just this weekend talking to me about different projects throughout the county and what this is going to do to their quality, like on Solomon's Island, so on and so forth, with the excuse me, the parking, and so on and so forth. And I've been a commissioner 13 months, and I haven't been able to do anything about my high-density promise to the people. So therefore, I'm going to make a motion regarding high density within our town centers. And my motion is, make a motion across the county that the town, in the town centers, for density to be 7 units per acre. Anything on the books below 7 units per acre will stay the same.
I'll second for discussion as well.
Well, generally, we would do this through the zoning ordinance process, correct? When that
Right,
section comes
so
up?
I'm sure you could,
I mean, we can make a
amend-
motion and give direction.
yes, to address
So, Mr.
it.
Attorney?
I mean, it's appropriate.
Right, this isn't the correct process to amend the zoning ordinance, but it is the correct time because it is old business and
To
to
direct
give
staff.
direction. Yes.
So it's a direction for staff. It's not, we're not,
Can you repeat your motion?
I make a motion across the county town centers for density to be 7 units per acre. Anything on the books below 7 units per acre will stay the same.
So we're not setting the zoning today, we're just providing guidance to staff.
Guidance for them.
Correct.
And that would be in the draft, when they get to that section, whatever number it is.
It would be the town center zoning ordinances, but we could wrap that into our adoption, yes.
Yes.
And to Commissioner Grasso's point, the infrastructure's not there. You know, there's an old expression of putting the horse before the cart, or what have you, or however it goes, you know. We've heard so many different things from water and sewer, traffic. Me and Commissioner Hance laughed at a study on the last board where, you know, the traffic studies were like, we paid for this, you know, and stuff that was acceptable then. So I've been very vocal. Everybody knows how I feel. I am strictly against high density for several things. I mean, me and Mark were at a meeting last night down in Solomon's, and like I told the folks down there, we're not creating any more roads. So, you know, it's, we're just not built for it. We're, you know, there's other jurisdictions might have other ways in and out. We have one road, we have one bridge, just not built for it. And so I'm complete in agreement with Commissioner Grosso.
And this is moving forward, and the plans, what's in the site,
Oh, yeah,
so this is
So
just
we haven't
plans.
changed anything, it would,
This is
Yeah.
plans
Yeah.
for
This is
staff.
moving
Yeah.
forward.
yeah.
Plans
To
for
give
staff.
staff that direction to
Right,
go there.
right.
so, right,
For the
the
zoning
ordinance. yes.
Update, yes, which won't be approved in probably next fall. Go into effect, I don't know when,
Soon after.
yeah.
Mary Beth, how soon after would it go into effect once the zoning ordinances are approved?
Typically, when we, in the adopting ordinance, it states it becomes effective upon recordation or 10 days, not before 10 days after the recordation, or after the hearing, sorry.
And just for the public, if we as commissioners go with this, and if it is adopted, our zoning ordinance updates will not be completed until late summer, early fall. And then once that is approved, 10 days after, it will become effective.
Correct.
Okay.
Which would affect new projects from that point forward.
We would typically write in a grandfathering clause of what exactly would be grandfathered, yes.
Well, my concern is, and we saw this, and boy, I don't want to lie on the year. It was the second boom, really big boom. It was let's see, Lexi's 22. I'm going about 20 years ago, if you remember when the impact fees increased from 9,000 to 13.
Yes, we got slammed with
Oh,
building
yeah.
permits.
There was some inside information, and there was some boys standing there at planning and zoning. Pow, pow, get mine in, get mine in, get mine in, get mine in. And all that was honored. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see everybody and anybody that's got an acre of land and I'm only 20%, but I will make you this promise. I will scream, holler, and lose my mind. They try to turn this into apartment central. So I'll make it real clear where my stance is.
So at the end of the day, we approve the grandfathering.
Right, with the adopting of the new ordinance.
But that's only after that goes in effect. That doesn't affect today.
Does not affect today.
No.
And that's what I'm talking about, and these boys ain't dumb. They've played this game many times. They've built out everything that can be built out, and we've seen it in so many other jurisdictions. You get it built, you sell it as whatever. Doesn't matter. It's an amusement park. It's great for everybody. And what happens? It gets turned to Section 8 because it's guaranteed money from the state. That's guaranteed rent. If they tear it up, it's guaranteed money. And this is my home. I plan to die here, and I don't want my fingers on anything like that whatsoever. Do it in the other 23 jurisdictions, not here. It's my 20%. But, you know, and everybody's a nice guy. No, this is business, and it's about a way of life. And I bet you if you polled 90,000 people here, I bet you couldn't find 1% so they want more traffic, more crime, more students in schools, and all the things that we don't have the infrastructure for.
Any other discussion on the motion? So I have a motion and a second that we direct staff to set town center density at 7 units per acre. And,
Maximum, correct, yeah.
yeah,
And also, anything on the books that is below 7 units per acre, it stays the same.
oh, I'm sorry, yeah. You have that, Ashley?
So currently, there's different districts with multiple different densities.
Correct.
That would change all of those back to 7, or are they grandfathered because they're already at 12, 15?
No, we would be rewriting the town center zoning ordinances.
Everything would go to 7.
And anything that, so we have several town centers that have 14 units per acre. In Lusby, there's some 9 units per acre. Solomon's in the C1's 20 units per acre. That would be changing all of those
So
to
is
7.
the one in Solomon's 20, that's the highest one we have?
It is.
The majority are at 7 now.
Less than 7, actually, yeah.
So, okay.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you. Are you feeling better, Rachel? You looked under the weather the other
I
night.
am. It's been a long road back. I feel like I've been sick for weeks, but thank you.
Oh, boy.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item under old business, Office of the County Attorney, status of state legislation. Mr. Norris.
Afternoon, Commissioners.
Afternoon.
John Norris, County Attorney. And we're here to talk about the status of the Maryland General Assembly's bills. We have a couple that we've highlighted as notable, and we're still looking for the county commissioners' bills. But let me start with the memo. The commissioner system is the oldest form of county government in Maryland. All legislative and executive powers of the county commissioners come from the state legislature approved by the governor. Consequently, commissioner counties only have those powers specifically granted to them and those implicitly needed to exercise those powers. The board has submitted 3 requests for state legislation this session. The purpose of this meeting is to update you on the status of your requests, addressing local preference, panhandling, solicitation, and raising the formal bid threshold. There are also several bills of importance within the enclosed presentation we want to bring to your attention. Fiscal impact is indeterminable, though it's not looking good, until the legislation is passed by the General Assembly and signed off into law by the governor. Staff requests the board provide direction warranted and appropriate with respect to each of the bills presented. So let's start with the Board of County Commissioners, 3 bills. The authority to consider adopting a local preference has been drafted. It was provided to us by the chair of the delegation yesterday. It's being circulated to ensure that it does exactly what you're asking for, but from my view, it does seem to get you there. You'll have the ability to hold a public hearing to get public input on whether or not to create a local preference and what that local preference might look like, so you can balance the needs of the taxpayers and the needs of the small businesses in the county. The solicitation and panhandling modeled after Charles County is not yet drafted. We do expect to see that one coming. And an increase in the amount to follow, required to follow formal bidding. It is currently $30,000 and above is required to go through the formal bidding process. In 2018, it was requested to be $50,000. This request is to move it to $50,000. I'm withdrawing the request that it be adjusted annually for CPI, just because it does not appear that that is commonplace in public local laws and is likely to cause some hiccups.
Preston Hance, did you think you would have to have a panhandling bill when you were a kid in this county?
A lot of things, I think. We don't even want to start down that list. We'll be here all day.
Senate Bill 7 comes from Senator Jack Bailey's office. It's titled Public Safety Law Enforcement Agencies Positive Community Feedback, and proposes adding positive community feedback to the list of records that are not considered personnel records for law enforcement officers, which means the public will have easier access to them, and has the Training Commission, State Training Commission, adopt a process for the people to submit positive feedback and requiring each agency to adopt uniform citizen positive community feedback process. So much like we have the Police Accountability Board and the Administrative Charging Committee, this is kind of the flip side of that coin. Tell
Didn't
us
this-
what they're doing well.
Didn't this bill get introduced last year?
It did.
Never got out of committee?
Did not get out of the House. That's correct. So hearing is scheduled. We're asking for a letter of support for that letter again this year. Senate Bill 17, crimes related to animals, conviction, sentencing. The State Sentencing Committee voted to prevent stacking of animal abuse charges, so when there are multiple animals being abused by the same person, it all comes down to one single charge. This legislation is intended to reverse that vote, and so that if there are multiple animals that are being abused by a single person, that each one be considered a separate offense and have a separate fine and penalty associated with it.
Think it's got a shot, John?
It probably does.
God, I hope so.
The Deputy Director of Public Safety is requesting authorization to go testify in favor of this bill on behalf of the board.
I make a motion, we allow her to do so.
Thank
I don't think we really need a motion. We
Is that a thing?
We do want to let the board know, keep you informed. We
Is that
don't.
right?
Yes, sir. We do have a motion for that.
We're lucky with our state's attorney.
I have a
Mr.
motion.
Harvey
Do I
back
have a
there,
second?
That he gives us very good direction there.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second that we authorize the Deputy Director of Public Safety to testify on the Senate Bill, oh, he moved on me, Senate Bill 70-something.
SB 7.
SB 17. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank
There
you,
you
keep me
go.
straight.
So we have two Senate bills from Senator Ellis that pertain to the College of Southern Maryland. And from my understanding, the College of Southern Maryland was was not informed that these bills were going to be submitted and are going to be opposing these two bills. 81 is entitled the Higher Education's Budget Bill. It's meant to undo the unified budget that was approved in 2020 or went into effect in 2020. So it reverses the College of Southern Maryland's request to adopt a unified budget that gave them predictability and gave them the ability to move funds between the three campuses. It has each of the three counties approve the budget for their resident campus, and then gives CSM's Board of Trustees an unrestricted authority to move funds for both direct and indirect costs among the three campuses.
It basically breaks up the system.
It returns it to how it was before CSM was created.
Whose
Correct.
bill is this?
This is Senator Ellis's bill, and we believe that it goes hand in hand with Senate Bill number 12, which increases the number of trustees, because currently, each county has the same number of trustees, 3, at the College of Southern Maryland. Senate Bill 12 increases the number of trustees for Charles County only to 5. So we're asking for a letter of opposition to support the College of Southern Maryland in their opposition to this bill.
So I move that we join the College of Southern Maryland in opposition of SB 81 and SB 12.
Second.
I have a motion and a second that we send a letter of opposition to SB 81 and SB 12. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Next, there is House Bill number 18, Education Reporting Arrests of Students, alterations sponsored by Delegate Long. Delegate R. Long is Frederick and Carroll counties, not Delegate J. Long. Proposes to require law enforcement to making arresting a student for a reportable offense or an offense related to the student's membership in a criminal organization to be reported to the Maryland Center for School Safety and the State Board of Education and the state's attorney, and requires the state's attorney to notify the Maryland Center for School Safety with the state board of the disposition of the offense. There's a committee hearing scheduled for February 1.
What's the odds of that making?
So the
It
slim to
is,
none.
it is
Right.
in direct conflict with some of the legislation that passed last year, but we did want to make you aware of it because I have heard rumor that the local sheriff is going to be reporting more offenses that occur in schools.
But
I
this-
mean, you don't need spitting on the sidewalk, but when a violent crime occurs. Does age really matter?
But this bill is mainly a reporting to collect data, isn't it? Because they're just reporting to the Center for School Safety, so they're trying to collect data on what's going on in the schools?
They appear to be.
Because, I mean, this is, if somebody transfers, because isn't that the game now, you transfer them out, and then somebody doesn't know that, if I'm,
But by centralizing it, they will have captured where that student went to.
Right.
The question is, will this bill make it out? Probably not, because they don't even want to collect this data to be used.
that's what I'm saying. And if the teacher and the fellow students could be at risk, and if you had maybe some information ahead of time.
Right. So this one has a hearing coming up on the 1st. I did not draft any letters for the board because I don't think this is going to go very far. House Bill 81 is a constitutional amendment that requires every local government within the state of Maryland, not later than 2030, but could be sooner, to adopt a charter form of government. And that is the form of government that is existing in Prince George's, Montgomery, where you have county executive, Howard, and county council. The county executive acts as the administrative branch or the executive branch, and the county council acts as the legislative branch, and costs are exorbitant for that.
So
form
just for entertainment value, we've been told that the delegate that introduced this bill literally fell and struck his head and got instructions from God that this needed to be done, and that's why he drafted and introduced this bill.
Well, I'll make a motion that we oppose this bill.
Well,
Second.
we definitely are going to do that, but the bill's not, we've been assured the bill's not going to go anywhere. I have a motion and a second that we send a letter of opposition to HB 81. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And to go backwards on Senator Bailey's bill, I actually missed the motion on that, but I move that we support SB 7.
7. We do have.
Second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second that we send a letter of support to Senate Bill SB 7. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
There are a number of Waterman microloans. There's actually 2 bills pending that we'll bring back to you next week. We'll ask for some support on those from Senator Bailey and Delegate Morgan.
So they affect Waterman, you said?
Yes.
So we gotten any communications from our Watermen's Association about?
We have not. I've not reached out to them either, so that's my fault. I will do that, get their feedback.
I just don't want to cross paths. I haven't heard anything. Yeah, I haven't either,
So House Bill 366, Senate Bill 49, restrictions on use solar collecting systems alteration, sponsored by Delegate Smith. District 45 is Baltimore City, Anne Arundel County, and Senator Elfreth. District 8, which is Baltimore County, proposes to prohibit the restriction that increases the cost of installing solar by at least 5% over the predicted cost. So there are a bunch of solar bills this year. There are some solar bills that I believe the board will find favorably. It's not dropped yet, but Delegate Love is working on a lithium battery safety bill, so we don't have that one to present to you. Public Service Commission is working on battery safety for the utility level, utility scale. We saw the presentation by the Fire Rescue Association last year that showed how scary these fires can be.
So are they finally acknowledging it, John, up in Annapolis,
No,
that,
sir.
that this big push maybe was a little premature?
No, sir. They are compounding, doubling down
Oh,
in some
really?
places. They're expanding the tax credits for the 2 megawatt systems to include those up to 5 megawatt systems. This bill prohibits a restriction that increases the cost of installing solar. So you can't charge a fee for reviewing the plans for solar if that charge is greater than 5% over the projected cost.
Are the fire departments, speaking to this in Annapolis? I mean.
No, because these are more land use issues, and the permit that you would collect, the open space that you want to preserve, and does it get covered in solar panels? Do you have to use taxpayer money to subsidize an application for solar panels? The answer seems to be yes, coming out of Annapolis, but there are other measures that are also coming, like the batteries, so they are taking up that issue. There's a bill that proposes to disclose the membership, or at least a good contact information for the LLCs that are installing these solar systems. So it's kind of a mixed bag, but the expansion of solar power generation in the state of Maryland does seem to be a key that a flag we're gonna keep carrying, a banner we'll keep moving forward. We're not asking for the board to take a position on either House Bill 366, Senate Bill 49, or House Bill 361, which was a property tax exemption. That's the one from 2 to 5 megawatt systems, expanding that tax credit. Just let you know that's out there. And see if there's anything else the board would like us to track. We have almost 800 bills as of this morning have been dropped.
So what's the bill count up to now?
It's about 400 on each side.
Is that
So
all?
Not too bad for the end of the first full week.
There is a bill that this board will love if it comes to fruition that will mandate solar on 2% of all county-owned property. I'm sure this board will write letters in support of that legislation, if it gets dropped. So, and look, with this board, we are not opposed to solar. I think what we're opposed to is the mandates where we have no control over how it's installed, where it's installed, or the safety issues around solar. So I just don't want people to think that we are totally opposed. It's just, we don't like the fact that we have no control. So,
And typically, zoning power has been provided to the counties, and there is a discussion about how the state is starting to preempt the local authority to zone. And where that's starting to show up first is solar now.
Well, the struggle with a lot of it is it goes in, but there's no funding behind it. And how many times can you keep taking the hit? I mean, I saw something silly, I forgot what year it was, that they wanted, like, I forgot what percentage of county-owned, government-owned vehicles to be all battery. And, I mean, okay, who's buying them? I mean, who's, you know, who knows even how to maintain them? You got a whole shop full of people that have been working on diesel and gas for years. I mean, where's the training? I mean, it's just so many different things. And, I mean, the joke to ever get buses that way? I mean, until technology changes, what bus can hold a charge?
Montgomery County Public Bus System is going electric.
PG.
They've already done it. Not 100%, but they're working towards 100%.
Yeah, and I wonder how many more buses did they have to add, or however like say, just always seems the infrastructure's not there for the mandate. That's what it always seems to come to.
Let them do it, we'll see how it works out.
Well, they've argued if you don't mandate it, you'll never get it.
And isn't it funny that Montgomery County is just all-knowing? Whatever they see, you know, the other rest of the state just has to bow down because nobody knows more than they do. You know, I watch it every year this time. I get so frustrated, I have to turn it off, you know. It's just, most of them don't even know where the other counties are, okay? Or are taking the time to see what they deal with. But yet, you know, if you want to do it, keep it on your side of the street. But let the people in the other jurisdictions have a little say over their life.
They don't care.
No, they don't. They just, you know,
Say
it's
raise taxes.
right. That's the whole solution. No matter what, they just raise taxes, and if they like it, then you just deal with it.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Lewis.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Next item on the agenda is a presentation, Department of Human Resources, Calvert County Police Accountability Board 2023 year-end report.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
afternoon.
I'm Melanie Woodson, the Human Resources Director. And as you know, the Police Accountability Board and the Administrative Charging Committee falls under the Department of Human Resources. So we are required to give an annual report or an annual update to the Board of County Commissioners. So our chairmen are here to give you the latest and greatest on the Calvert County Police Accountability Board, their end-of-year report. Thank you.
Good
Aaron,
afternoon,
you get
gentlemen.
younger looking every year. I don't know what you're doing over
do.
there. We were,
My secret.
we were talking about people not volunteering for boards. They weren't talking about you.
Yeah. Keep it young.
Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
afternoon.
Afternoon,
Sorry.
yeah.
I'm Wilson Perrin. I'm the Chair of the Police Accountability Board, and with me today is the Chair of the Administrative Charging Committee, Scott Deacon. The purpose of this presentation, we are required every year by the 31st of December to present an end-of-year report on the police accountability process and what we've done since the last update. This is the folks you have on the Police Accountability Board. As you are aware, when you created the board, you staggered the terms, and we have the first three that were up for reappointment, and you have reappointed them for that. And there is criterion for each of those positions, and we meet that criteria based on the resolution you put in place. I just threw this in here. This is the complaint process, starting with the complaint coming into the Police Accountability Board website or through the Sheriff's Office, and how it goes all the way through. I'll get a little bit of detail of that as we go through. I don't want to repeat that every year, so we don't need to go into detail of that. With this, the Police Accountability Board, we receive complaints from the public. We have a website in which those complaints can come in. We're required within 72 hours to get that complaint, in our case, to the Calvert County Sheriff's Office. And they will investigate that complaint and get back to the ACC. The PAB also appoints 2 members to the ACC, the Administrative Charging Committee, and also 1 member to the Trial Board. We meet quarterly, and in those meetings, we're looking for opportunities to improve the process of how law enforcement interact with our community in Calvert County. And the other responsibility we have is, of course, to do this report every year. In terms of the Administrative Charging Committee, Scott Deacon is the chair, I am the vice chair, and we do have a vacant position at this time. I think it's coming to you pretty soon. So we have, the person that was on the board moved out of Calvert County, so he couldn't serve on the board. So we're looking forward to getting that position filled. The main reason is after the appointment, 5 days of training is required before they can become a member. And that training is provided by the Maryland Police Standards Board. For the Administrative Charging Committee, that committee meets monthly. They review the results of the investigation in terms of the complaints that are coming in. And they also determine whether there's an opportunity there to have an administrative charge. They determine whether this person should be charged or not. If the person should be charged, that action is taken, is forwarded to the sheriff's office, and the sheriff can either agree with that charge, or he cannot recommend a lesser charge. He can increase the disciplinary action if necessary. Now, when a administrative charge is warranted, we have an adopted disciplinary matrix that's the same throughout the state. We looked at it in Calvert County, and we didn't have to modify it. And we adopted that in 2022. The trial board has 3 members. You appointed retired Judge Larry Lampson. We appointed Stephanie Deal, the Police Accountability Board did. And if a trial board is necessary, and that would be as a result of an appeal of the decision made by the ACC or the Sheriff's Office, then that person has a right to have a member on that board that's of equal rank. So as of today, we have not used the trial board process in Calvert County. The trial board responsibilities are right there. We have not
had to use them. I think in some other jurisdictions, they have used trial boards, but we have not used trial boards. As we look at the improvements, we're all working towards improvements. And in Calvert County, our local, we only have one local law enforcement agency, that's the sheriff's. And we continue to meet with them, to work with them, to make sure that we build trust between us and the sheriff's office, and also, as I'll get into a little bit later, about the trust within the community.
I spoke recently with the sheriff about the PAB, and he's very happy with the process.
Good.
So it's been
Glad
working
to
very
hear that.
well.
Yeah, we work together. We both have the same goal. We both serve the public. So, and we're doing it. I'm very pleased with it.
I am.
Scott? And when we started, we had a backlog of cases. And during that period of time, before the ACC was actually trained, we couldn't do any cases. So we had a backlog, and the sheriff's office processed those cases, but we felt that we should go back and look at those cases, and we did, and it was very helpful in building that relationship between the sheriff's office and us to get a better understanding of the overall process at the beginning. We also sought opportunity to clarify what the definition of misconduct. The way it was written in state law, it actually had three criteria in terms of what would be called misconduct. And it should have been or instead of and. So we had to get a clarification from the Attorney General's office that the way it was written, you may get 1 out of 10,000 cases that would actually go through for misconduct. So that was very helpful, and our elected official actually during the legislative session last year helped us to get that passed. Want to just quickly go over the complaints. Last year, as you know, we went into effect in July of 2022. So the first 6 months, we had 41 complaints. Of those complaints, 33 were reviewed by the ACC. We had 8 complaints that were not eligible for us to review, and that's because if a complaint came in or an incident occurred before July 1st, we couldn't address it. We were not in place, so that was the issue there. Of the complaints, 7 had administrative charges coming from the ACC, and of those 7, we agreed with 4 of those findings from the sheriff's office, and 3 we did not agree on. So it was coming from just the ACC.
So I was going to ask that, that the job is extremely difficult on so many levels, and obviously we all want the same thing. We all want a nice civil, situation there, but sometimes that officer is just doing everything they can to try to control the situation. Are you finding that when it goes either way, that it's really obvious? Or have there been a lot of these where it's almost very gray to try to figure out who was right and who was wrong here, because it's hard to reconstruct the event, and when emotions get involved, and decisions are made quickly, and I can't even profess to try to put myself, I've never been in those shoes, but I think it's got to be a judgment call a lot of times. Are you finding that this has been easy, you know where I'm searching here?
Yeah. Actually, what I'm finding is that we have very good officers in Calvert County. I also find that they have policies in place, and they follow those policies. It's that gray area, maybe when there's a policy in place and the policy is not followed. But that clarifies it. What's been very helpful, though, the use of body cam footage. A lot of these cases, I don't think any of them we could have made a decision without looking at that body cam footage, Because what we're looking for is, okay, you have policy in place, or you're following your policy, or you're going out there and doing something on your own. Is there a need for a policy that you don't have in place? So we look at what is the state policy or state regulation, and is the policy that you have in place consistent with the state regulation? So I would say because of the body cam, because we have police officers that follow the policy for the most part, there's some situations where we had to make some recommendations for changes. But I think the work of the ACC reviews all these cases. Some of the cases may have 8 hours of video in addition to the other documentation that's with it. But I would say it's pretty clear once you review all that. In 99.9% of the cases, it's pretty clear. I don't think we've had one where we couldn't determine which way we should go on.
So let me ask you, so, you know, because it's such an unpredictable situation and people are human, is there anything taken in consideration? You know, an officer shows up at the scene and somebody is, I mean, there's a lot of mental illness, there's a lot of, and they don't know what, you know, 911 call went out and they're sent.
Right.
They have to go, by law,
Yeah.
they have to go. So they're sent into this situation, and in the means of trying to decipher what's going on, I mean, is there a human element taken in consideration here? Because I know policies can be very, very unforgiving, you know, and look, somebody does something wrong, hey, you know, a clear violation, absolutely, but I mean, I just hope, is there a human element here that gives that officer the benefit of the doubt? He's trying, or he or she is trying to decipher what's going on here, and then the element of that, you know.
Well, I think the training we had, the 5 days of training, actually pointed out a lot of what you're talking about right now. That, you know, we as volunteers, citizens coming off the street, we don't know what a police officer actually goes through. But we had simulated training that actually pointed out what could happen. And we're actually there, for instance, we had the state police provide us some virtual training where we're actually going out to a scene and we have a gun, and you got to determine whether this person is mentally ill, which one of them is mentally ill, the one that called or the one that.
Right, because that happens too.
Yeah, you have all that you have to deal with. And the other thing is, we had an exercise that facilitated someone that was schizophrenic and what's going on in their head. So that helped us get a better appreciation for what the police officers actually go through. Every call is unique, and they don't know what they're going into. So we have a better appreciation for that because of the training that we went through.
Yeah, that's just my worry, you know, is that they're human beings.
Yes.
You know, and the real fear in that job is not coming home, not seeing your family again. And I'm not saying that takes the law away. I'm not saying that. But, I mean, I want to make sure that, you know, it's a fine line of somebody not being afraid to do their job and, you know.
Yes, Commissioner, I think that we have both process checks and balances in that we all work off the standards set by the state. So the investigators help us identify the policy which is in question that they have violated administratively. They make a recommendation based on their years of police experience. That's just purely a recommendation. We take that, okay, and we look at all the evidence, and that's one of our internal rules and processes. You have to look at all the data. It means all 8 hours of those videos, whatever it is. We have independent thinkers. We all don't agree, but it's very civil. We did put an extra check and balance in that if we disagree with the sheriff's office, we go see them in person. We sit down and explain, what do you see that we don't see?
Okay.
And they give us why. And in that batch of cases we had as the ones that were last year's that were done with before we got in place, we had a couple we disagreed on. And luckily, we were able to work through those disagreements and understand based on their explanation about normal process and those type of things. And I think that's gone very well. And I know Mr. Perrin will discuss our outreach program. One of the groups that we talked to was the Fraternal Order of Police for Calvert County about their concerns and about how we actually do business and some of those checks and balances.
Okay. For 2023, we had a full year worth of data there, and you can see the number of complaints actually decreased. The 41 of the number of complaints we received in 6 months. In the year 2023, we received a total of 29. Of those 29, we reviewed 23. 6 were not eligible for review. And the findings that we came up with actually matched the recommendations from the sheriff's office. So we found the same thing that they did as they went through it. What we do, as we go through these cases, we look for, is there an opportunity to enhance a policy? Is there an opportunity to create a policy? What are some changes we can put in place to improve that relationship between the sheriff's office and the public? So if there are opportunities to do that, those opportunities go from the ACC to the PAB. PAB meeting on a quarterly basis, go through those recommendations and actually make recommendations to the sheriff's office. And what I want to go through now, these are recommendations we made last year. The first one was a clarification on speeding. And our local speeding policy, was it consistent with the state? When can a police officer, we received several complaints on the police officer speeding, so we had to get a clarification on, you can speed when that light's on. If the light's not on, then there are other situations there. So we have been able to work with the sheriff's office, and this is one area that Scott was talking about, that we sat down with him and said, okay, when someone sees a car going down the road speeding, we're gonna get a complaint. So you tell me, are you following the state policy, the public safety policy regarding when the speeding regulation for police officers? And we made that recommendation, and they agreed with looking at that, and we clarified it. In terms of strip searches, we recommended that they review and clarify the strip search policy that they had. And we've looked at, and as we go through these, we may look at what other counties are doing as far as their policy. Is it clear? Which is one reason why that last bullet, we recommended the Commission on Accreditation, CLIA for the Sheriff's Office. They had it before, they're in the process now bringing that back again. One thing they'll get out of that is, for all these policies, they can implement policies that may have more detail than they have today. So they are excited about getting that off and running again, and we also are excited that that change is taking place. The HIPAA issue that we made a recommendation on is to make sure at all times when you're dealing with a medical situation that you consider the privacy of the person, of the family, and that was just a clarification, and the sheriff's office agree on it. I don't think we have anything here that the sheriff's office didn't agree on.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah, and in May, GPS. This also gets to the speeding situation. There's technology now where you can determine any time that car is on the road, whether it was speeding or not, and also where the car was at the time they were speeding, or where it was at any time. This one has a cost to it, and some cars have it and some cars don't.
So, cautious how I say this. You know, back in the days where there was only 2 officers and 2 traffic lights.
Yep.
Many of us have a bad habit, and I'm not excluding the law. The law's the law. 56 miles an hour is breaking the law, okay?
Yep.
But Route 4 is like the Autobahn out there. I don't know if you could find 5 people that do 55 miles an hour. I'm not saying it's right.
Yeah.
But I would hope that the penalty isn't if an officer's driving 60 miles an hour, or if he's on some back road going 35 and a 30, that it's not John Dillinger there. Because let's face it, I mean, it's an easy mark. You see that car and you call in the number on it, and hey, I saw car 874 doing 65 miles an hour in the 55. And that's where I question, sometimes policy and, hey, is the guy just driving to his next point to where he's supposed to be? And, and he's in the flow of traffic. I mean, please tell me it's not that nitpicky.
Sir, it's not. And
Okay.
I think, let's take it practically speaking. If you're off duty and you're speeding and it gets reported, that's straightforward. It doesn't matter. You don't speed, and the law is the law. And if that comes before us, we use the matrix, and it is what, you got a ticket, basically.
Well, and I'm with you, but I say you're speeding, but are you?
If they have the GPS in there and it's proved that they are in
Okay,
fact speeding
well,
at
okay.
that point in time,
Do they all
yes.
have the GPS?
No, that's the
No,
point, they
that's what we-
don't.
that's what we recommended.
recommend they get that in there.
Yeah.
But the other one would be the clarification. If you're in the gray area between being a category, or a priority one, category one response, meaning lights and sirens, and you have to get there with haste because something's happened, is there a process by which you can up that from a priority B, priority two, to priority one? Because there are things that in the policy wasn't clear.
And I'm not just saying anybody's above the law or anything like that, but let's face it, and I'm not trying to make a stir here, but hey, I got a ticket yesterday, I'm on the lookout. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
me.
and so, hey, if I gotta do 55, you're doing 55, and I get that, I do, I just, I don't wanna see you have 9,000 complaints either that, and tying up time and everything, when.
So Commissioner Hart missed that meeting, but the sheriff's office got a grant from Mako, and
It's in
they've
here.
installed 60 of their vehicles,
Okay.
tracking device.
Yeah.
It's $15,000 grant, so they're cheap
Pretty much the
devices.
entire patrol division will have them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
And
And that's, the more accurate data we can get, the better decisions we can make. And with that software out of test for, that is really, we have it on our school buses.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's out there, and I don't think it's that expensive to actually put it in the cars. Okay. So the GPS, and the other one was the use of electronic devices, and this, we just want to make sure that the sheriff's office was following the state policy on that one. And it gets down to, when do you look at your text? When do you respond to a text and that kind of stuff? So we're on board with the sheriff's office and the state, and that was a clarification. The last two recommendations we made was one for the body-worn cameras, and this one relates to want them to review their policy regarding body-worn cameras and when they can actually, when they should be wearing body-worn cameras. And one thing that came out of this one was, we have several law enforcement officers that work at business establishments. And if they're there, and they should have their cameras on, because it's actually should have them on while they're on duty. So we just clarified that piece because we had reviewed a case where that was not the case. So that was helpful for the sheriff's office and also for the person who made the complaint. Crisis training, this one, the law enforcement person didn't do anything wrong. It was that we have persons on our, the ACC who's very familiar with mental illness and suicidal cases, and they felt that some of the language used, we should go back, because when someone's suicidal, you gotta make sure you don't use language that is gonna escalate the situation. So that's what that one is about. In November, just almost 2 months ago, we're looking at the complaints that comes in, and when there is a withdrawal of a complaint. Okay, complaints should come in, investigate, and go to the ACC. if there's a withdrawal of the complaint before it gets to the ACC, we just need to clarify what precipitated that withdrawal. Okay, so the sheriff's in the process now of changing or creating a policy for this, and we've not boiled this down to any specific recommendation yet. It's new, but we want to make sure that if someone comes in with a complaint, that if they withdraw the complaint, we want to know why. We have an opportunity to do memorandum of understanding. We did one with the State's Attorney's Office in December of 2022, and we recently came to an agreement in August of 23 on a memorandum of understanding with the Sheriff's Office. This has been very helpful. We've used it a couple times in terms of, okay, what should we have done in this situation? Oh, this is what we agreed to do. So this has been very helpful. They were a little bit hesitant in putting that kind of anything in writing outside of the regulation that's in place, but after we worked through it, they felt it was really worthwhile. And this was one where I think strengthened the relationship between the Sheriff's Office and the board and the committee. The community outreach, Scott talked about that a little bit. We decided to go out, offer a presentation to the community to talk about the PAB and the ACC process, any questions they may have. Our first presentation was to the League of Women Voters. We also made a presentation to the NAACP, and the last presentation we made was to the Fraternal Order of Police. And we wanted to make sure that if our law enforcement folks had any concern about the process, that we could sit down and talk about it. And we had several that showed up, and I felt that outreach has been very helpful.
I think so, and we're continuing, in fact, asked the library if they would allow us to use those spaces to do a presentation in the southern area of the county, the middle section, as well as when the new library opens up and the beaches, do it up there. We feel very strongly. It doesn't talk about any cases. It just talks about the process. We did have some people that did make a complaint and had some questions about how the system closes the information loop, if you would. And it was very beneficial, I think, across the board, and we intend to continue the engagement and try to help foster better trust of the police.
Talk briefly about some of the achievements. Our PAB and ACC have become leaders within the state in how we implemented the process here in Calvert County. As you know, we've had a presentation. I had a presentation at MACO summer conference last year on that panel. And subsequent to that, we had been invited to participate in a PAB Chair Summit in Annapolis. And that was some of the counties getting together, not all of them, but most of the counties around the metropolitan area, just to talk about how the process was implemented. We talked about potential legislation, and we had to, we shared how we felt about any legislation. Make sure you've gone through the process first, because all of the counties have not been doing this for a year yet. So we just wanted to make sure that, but we are participating in that process just to clarify any questions that they may have. And they were not aware, matter of fact, that we had clarified the misconduct question. So that was helpful for them as we got together on that forum. The goals for 2024, this is continue to foster that ongoing relationship with law enforcement. Also to create a system where the training, we received our training on the ACC in 2022, in October 2022. There's been no circle back or feedback in terms of how has other jurisdictions, as they've gone through the training, is there anything out of that we should go back and update? So we want to make sure that we establish that loop so that we all can do better as we go through the process. We always, for the communications piece, we meet with the sheriff's office, any opportunity that comes up to make sure that we do have that really good relationship. I think that's one thing I do prize, that this is a major change. This is a major change for law enforcement and a major change for the citizen. Law enforcement lost their law enforcement Bill of Rights under this. So this is totally something they were stepping into new, and we've worked together to make sure it was clear and how it impacts the public and how it should impact law enforcement. So, let's see. And I'll also like to acknowledge all the work and support that we get from the county staff. The county administrator's office, the county attorney's office. I think John's in every meeting, so you use him a lot here, but we use him a lot too. So he's earning his keep, let's put it that way. Human resources, we get our support from the human resources folks, and we're very pleased with the support that we're getting. We have our meetings, technology services and communications and media relations are involved there, and also the Calvert broadcast piece. This is where you can find more information about what we do, and also, if you have any questions, it's just the end of my presentation.
No, I just want to thank you for doing what you do, and
Thank you.
your presentation at Mako for the rest of the state was very, very well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I just think it's important the community, has faith in what you do, and that was what we said early on, that, if everybody doesn't buy in, it doesn't work. Even though the state of Maryland says it has to happen, if the community doesn't believe in it, if law enforcement doesn't trust it, you know what I mean? So, because let's face it, law enforcement's all we have. If you don't have law and order, you have chaos, but it's important that everybody buys in. So I'm glad to hear that it seems like it's been a pretty smooth full year or so. So, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both for all you're doing. Appreciate it.
So just want to say that there was a lot of apprehension when all this started 2 years ago. Just think it's working out pretty well. The sheriff seems happy. I think we're very glad to hear that the findings are what we thought. We do have a very good police force. They're not perfect, but they're pretty darn good.
Yeah.
And I think that those of us that were here back then didn't think there would be any issues, but, so we've tried to be as open as we can, and just glad it's proven out that, I can't thank you and Scott enough for your leadership, because that's very, very important.
Thank you.
And that's statewide as well, that's not just here.
Yeah.
They spearheaded this thing for the state, a lot of it.
And you have a good example of the sheriff's office on your board there.
Yes.
That's a good example?
Before we go, I would like to say, I think that one of the things that made this so successful the first time out was the process by which you selected both the PAB members and the ACC.
That was really real.
And I think that you found the right mix of maturity and across the county from representationally, and I think that served you well. And I think that's the model that the rest of the state should use. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Have a good day. Yeah. Next item on the agenda is a presentation, Department of Economic Development, Calvert Health Annual Update by Jeremy Bradford, President and CEO.
Yep.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Julie Ober, Director of Economic Development, and as you mentioned, Calvert Health, our President and CEO for Calvert Health, is here to give an annual update about the hospital's work to ensure safe, quality care for our community. So I'd like to invite Jeremy Bradford, President and CEO, to come up. He will also be joined by Kasha Sweeney, who's the Vice President of Business Development.
Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Hello.
Sorry we've delayed, but it's just the way it goes some days, so.
We totally understand. Hey, I'm going to try to get through this. I had a little coughing spell. I do apologize.
It's a lot of that going around.
Yeah. It's an absolute honor and a privilege to be before you all again today. As we spoke probably nearly 6 months ago, just wrapped up my first year here in Calvert County.
Been
It's
that
hard
long
to believe.
already?
And
Wow.
you made it.
I made it.
Wow.
I made it. So I just wanted to personally say to the commission, thank you all for welcoming myself as well as my family. Each of you have, in your own way, welcomed us with open arms, and it's been an absolute honor and a privilege to be serving as the President and CEO of Calvert Health and to be part of this amazing community. So I just want to say thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So it's my honor to have with me a number of different key constituents of our team. Teresa Johnson, who is our Vice President of Brand Strategy and Philanthropy. She's in the back joining us, as well as Kasha Sweeney.
She's out in the hallway working.
Yeah. As well as Kasha Sweeney, Strategy and Business Development, and Vice President with us, and been with the organization for a number of years, and a key driver to our strategic plan. And then Wilson Parham, who is our Vice Chair, if you will, of our Board of Directors, who is just before you. Wilson plays an integral role in the success and the achievements of our organization as a board member. So today is an opportunity for us to talk about the state of the health system, where we're at. Look back in 2023 of all the great things that we've accomplished as a health system, and I'm very proud of the team, 1,100 members strong in our organization who have accomplished a lot over the years. And I'm always one who appreciates and understands the past, but always looking through the front windshield as far as where we're going and respecting the past. And one thing that I wanted to really touch on today, and I would be remiss if I did not touch on that, is over the past 5 years, we as an organization, the health system, have spent more than $65 million to add cutting-edge technology, improve our facilities, over $50 million to the new tower with that renovation that our patients absolutely love, having their own room, single-room occupancy, as well as other expanded services that we've brought to the health system over the years. And then additionally, over the past 3 years, we continue to invest in millions per year with the community benefit. As you know, we conduct a community health needs assessment every 3 years to understand the needs of the community in partnership with the health department during our most recent community health needs assessment. That really is bringing our organizations together because you're better together rather than operating in a silo independently. So our partnership with the health department was tremendous this past year, and more information is going to be coming out from that community health needs assessment. But just the overall charity care, no matter who walks through our doors at the hospital, they're provided the highest quality of care. It doesn't matter if you're the wealthiest person in the county or you're the poorest, you deserve nothing but the best. And that's what we're striving to achieve for our community. When we look at as far as the makeup of the health system, one thing that I wanted to point out is the number of licensed beds that we have. We have currently 80 licensed beds. Our job is to keep patients out of the hospital when it's appropriate, but be there for them whenever there's a need. But you know, as any organization, you're only as good as the people you surround yourself with. And we have just over 1,100 employees in our organization and 312 members of our medical staff, physicians, who play an integral role in keeping patients local. And then, as you know, with any organization, especially in the healthcare system, it takes a number of different volunteers to help you accomplish your ultimate goal and to achieve the satisfaction of your employees as well as of your patients. So we have just over 102 volunteers that contributed the most precious thing that one person can give, and that's their time, to our organization. So last year, we were right at 16,200 hours of volunteer contributions to our organization, with just right at 36,000, just shy of 36,000 ER visits. And I'm really excited about the team because we see that number continue to rise due to access issues, not just in the county, but also throughout the region. So this is an opportunity for me to really kind of brag on our team, and it goes back to a collaborative effort. So we as a health system really have taken an initiative to highlight and acknowledge all the great work going on in our health system. And one thing that I want to touch on in the beginning is the reaccreditation from the American College of Surgeons on our Commission on Care. As you know, we engaged into an affiliation or partnership with Duke Health that has really taken our program to that next level. The ultimate goal, and you're going to hear a little bit about that from Kasha as far as what does the next 5 years look like, is our commitment around cancer care. With the prevalence of cancer that we have in our county, that's something that we need to stay laser focused on. And we were recognized as a top community cancer program in the country. Also by the U.S. News World and Report as a high performer for heart failure, for kidney failure, hip fracture, back surgery, and COPD. And that's a tall task because we're being compared to our peers across the entire country with the Snooze World and Report. And then also with the American Heart Association, for literally 11 years in a row, have been recognized with the highest honor for outstanding stroke care for our patients. Named one of the hospital's top 100 for critical care, and that's 3 consecutive years in a row. So those coming to us in the most critical state, they're being cared for and being recovered appropriately, and then sometimes, unfortunately, we're there with the family to make those final life decisions. And then lastly, listed as one of the nation's top oncology programs by Beckert Hospital. This is one of the most recent reviews that we received that we're very proud of and recognizes all the great work that has gone into our oncology program, and then the advancements in the technology that I touched on the previous slide with robotic surgery that's going to be coming to us in the first quarter of this year. And I would be remiss if I did not highlight 2 particular areas that I'm exceptionally proud of. Really that we've kind of set the tone for our organization as far as a baseline where we're at today versus where we're going into the future. So there's 2 rating agencies that essentially score an organization in the health system, and that's Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, and then also Leapfrog. Independent bodies, if you will, that recognize and look at data about different healthcare organizations. So today, Calvert Health sits with Centers for Medicare and Medicaid currently at a 4-star. You're ranked from a 1-star being the lowest, with a 5-star being the highest. And we're currently sitting at a 4-star.
We got work to do.
Yes. Hey, now I'm going to get to that. That's in our strategic plan at the top of the agenda. And then secondly, with Leapfrog, we currently sit at a B, A being the highest and F being the lowest. So a lot to be proud of to be at those 2 particular areas. However, we're striving day in and day out to be a 5-star and A with Leapfrog, and that's part of our strategic plan. Because when you set the goal high, that's what you work to achieve, and that's what we're going to achieve as a health system. So a lot to be proud of there. And that's just in 2023. As we get into the strategic plan, one thing that I wanted to touch on is just the approach that we took. And Kasha's going to get into more of those details, but one thing that I'm exceptionally proud of, that right out of the gate, day 7, I think, on the job, we had a board retreat where we kicked off the work of our strategic plan last March. And I can tell you after that board retreat, I think there was a renewed interest in many different parts as far as the level of collaboration that occurred amongst the board members, members of our medical staff, and our executive team. I literally was, as I was driving home, just so proud of the level of collaboration and enthusiasm to take us to that next level as a health system. And I actually had board members that night and over the weekend indicate that it was one of the better, and not, if not the best, board retreat that they've ever had. Well, we engaged Chartis, a third party, to help us because we wanted to make sure we got it right. Not just right for us as a leadership team, but what's right for our community and those who entrust their care into us. So we took an inclusive approach. We had a number of people that we engaged, and importantly, we engaged our partners in the community, our employees, our board members, community members, yourself, to ensure that we captured what this community currently wants and what they desire for the future. So I'm going to turn over to Kasha, our VP of Strategy and Business Development, and ask Kasha to kind of walk through our strategic plan. But before I do that, I just wanted to recognize Kasha for her leadership and her steadfast commitment to quality and patient care. Kasha led the whole entire team through our strategic plan, and we were able to obtain approval from our board of directors at the October board meeting. So very proud of the work that's underway, and I'm excited for Kasha to share with you our 5-year strategic plan. Kasha?
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you for the opportunity to share our vision and mission and plan for the future. I've had the privilege of working at Calvert Health now for 23 years, and this is a very exciting time. I think you'll be pleased to see the plans that we're putting forward for the future. So as Jeremy mentioned, we started last year in the strategic planning process, and we made a very conscientious effort to be as inclusive as possible so that this plan would really represent the needs and the insights of many different diverse areas of our community. We spent a lot of time reviewing demographic information and trying to anticipate the future needs of the population here in Calvert County, as well as listening to the voices of stakeholders across the community and within the health system. All told, I think there were more than 500 individuals who were part of the planning process, and who helped influence what you'll hear about here today. We started with a revisit of our mission, our vision, and our values. So for many years, we've had an important mission to serve the healthcare needs of our community. But we spent some time distilling our language around that so that it would be very clear to our employees and to everyone what we were here to do and what we plan to achieve in the future. We settled on a mission of improving the health and well-being of those we serve. So not just delivering acute hospital care, but really thinking about the health and the well-being of people across our community, whether they're turning to us for care inside the hospital, whether we're caring for them in the medical group, through outreach activities, through our mobile health unit. We're just thinking about the needs of our community and making sure that we're working with partners to deliver on the best value in healthcare we can. Our vision is to be the trusted healthcare leader delivering a lifetime of exceptional care. And I think that really represents the role of a community health system in a place like Calvert County. Really thinking about people across their entire lifetime and what their needs are and how we can be helping them at each turn. We have 5 values, and these were largely derived from surveys we did with internal staff and with our medical staff. I think they really resonate with the team at Calvert Health and represent what we believe we're here to stand for. So starting with the first, quality. Jeremy always has said, and I think every leader at Calvert Health strongly believes, that the foundation of everything we do is delivering high-quality, safe health care. So we deliver safe, quality health care, setting the bar for excellence. Our second value is compassion. I think we all believe strongly that in healthcare, one of our main jobs is to help meet people where they are and help them through a difficult to often difficult time. So we embody kindness and helpfulness, instilling confidence in the care that we provide. Our third value is teamwork. I'm sure you're all aware of the multidisciplinary nature of healthcare, especially as technology and our ability to care for patients continues to evolve. It's important that everyone that's part of our team, whether that's our physicians, nurse practitioners, PAs, pharmacists, technologists, everyone across the health system has to be working together with that common interest in promoting the well-being of the patients we care for. So we work with a spirit of collaboration, coming together for a common goal. We also value diversity and are committed to diversity and inclusion, welcoming all with respect and an open mind. And that diversity principle is for our employees, how we treat one another, how we embrace each other in the organization, and how we represent the community in our diversity, but also how we think about health equity and issues that disparately affect different parts of our community and population. And then finally, integrity. Obviously, this is the cornerstone of every good organization. We uphold the highest ethical standards, earning trust through our words and actions. So with that as the foundation of how we intend to deliver care and our vision for the future, I'm going to share the strategic initiatives and priorities that we've identified for the next 5 years. There are 6 main areas of initiatives: culture and competence, primary care, outpatient services, clinical service lines, community hospital care, and community partnerships. So starting first with culture and competence. This is the area of our strategic plan where we will be focused on those core internal activities that we need to undertake to deliver our promise of excellence to the community. So our quality plans and our focus, as Jeremy mentioned, on achieving 5-star and A ratings for quality. Workforce development plans. As everyone knows, it's a challenging time from a workforce perspective, especially in healthcare, and we need to be innovative in our thinking about maintaining a pipeline of healthcare workers that are highly qualified. Our diversity, equity, and inclusion plans, leadership development, and process improvement and efficiency that will help us maintain financial stability and our ability to serve the community in the years ahead. The second area of focus is primary care, and we call this the roots of the tree. So while obviously the hospital building itself is the cornerstone of our healthcare system, really most people access care from a primary care standpoint. So we believe it's very important for us to be focused on this access to care component, make sure that we're recruiting physicians and providers to meet the needs of our patients long before they need to access the hospital. Think about the overall population's health and support for our mission of well-being for a lifetime. And then also making sure that we have physicians and high-quality services positioned throughout the county so that no patient has to travel long distances for the care that they need. Third is outpatient and ambulatory services. So connected to the primary care idea and the geography idea, not just where do we have physicians and providers located, but also what types of outpatient services do we provide. So many things increasingly can be provided safely in an outpatient environment. So making sure that our community has good access to ambulatory surgery, to many of the joint venture services that we already offer, such as weight management, diagnostic imaging, and continuing to focus on those outpatient services, again, so that people do not have to travel long distances for the care that they need. Fourth is clinical service lines. So while every condition we treat is obviously important and acute care services are important, we did select 4 clinical service lines that we believe are important for our community in the years ahead based on data and the unique needs of our population. So the first Jeremy mentioned already, and that's cancer care. We've already made significant investments in advancing our oncology programs through our partnership with Duke Health, and we want to continue to build on that for the needs of the individuals in our area. The second area is women's health, making sure that we have a comprehensive and sustainable women's health service line to deliver care for women and families throughout their lifetime. So whether that's childbearing years or aging population, making sure that we have physicians and services available for women. The third is digestive diseases and weight management, in line with our community health needs assessment and our understanding of weight management and obesity as an important controller or contributor to other types of illness. We want to make sure that we have strong programs to help individuals who are struggling in that area. We started a bariatric program about 1.5 years ago, and we've seen great success with individuals who've gone through that program, but we want to be comprehensive in nature in what we're able to deliver. And then also for an aging population, thinking about digestive diseases, reflux, other types of illnesses that are common in that population. And then finally, orthopedics. So we've been fortunate to have strong orthopedic practices in our community over many years. But again, with more of an aging population, we know that's going to be a need going forward. And we want to make sure that we have a sustainable delivery system for orthopedic care and for sports medicine.
They're looking out for you, Commissioner Hans.
Got to get it in.
Lost my slides here.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. Someone doing that for me? Yes. Okay. I was like, I'm not touching anything. Okay, can I go back one?
All done.
Sorry. There we go. Community hospital care. So we've talked a lot about ambulatory efforts and things outside the hospital. Obviously, we still have a hospital to run, and we want to make sure that we're delivering excellent care when individuals need to turn to the hospital for services. So in this area, we'll be focused on making sure that we have the specialists that are needed to cover the emergency department and to cover services inside the hospital, thinking about cardiology and vascular care and what resources we can apply in those areas to continue to expand and grow. Jeremy mentioned our robotic surgery program that we'll be embarking on, as well as behavioral health, which we know is an important community need. We've been fortunate to have a great partnership with Shepherd Pratt, who is a regional expert in behavioral health, but we'd like to continue to advance that partnership and grow not only in the hospital, but in the community as well. And then finally, the sixth section is community partnerships. So we understand that we cannot do everything alone, and our mission of meeting the needs of the community and improving the well-being and health requires partnerships. We already have great relationships with the Health Department and the College of Southern Maryland and many organizations throughout the community. But into the future, we want to make sure that we're being innovative in thinking about the partnership strategies that can be implemented to help us address needs across the community jointly. That is my last slide. So I know we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for the help there.
Quick question, the Da Vinci program, how are you, when's that gonna be, I guess,
I keep waiting for the
full
call.
bore?
I'm ready to go.
So from our perspective, we're working with the credentialing piece with the physicians in the medical staff office, and then we anticipate our first case is going to be in the month of March.
Good.
So we're putting the final details and the training together, not just for the provider itself, but also for the staff.
Right.
Because you have to have a dedicated team to the robot,
Mhm.
and we are working to put that in place as we speak, and then working with Intuitive to make sure that we have all the processes in place.
But I'm all trained and ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I operate that thing for what, 5 minutes? I'm good.
We're
So-
excited. We're excited.
So are we seeing a rise or a decline in cancer cases in Calvert, or what's the trend, or what are we seeing there?
So I would say it's probably cancer specific. Some are going up and some are going down. But in general, there are many areas where our incidence rate is higher than the state and the national
Such
averages
as?
well as the state. You're gonna ask me off the top of my head. I feel like prostate cancer among certain populations was one. Breast cancer has historically been one.
Okay.
So we're very focused with the Duke project, especially around those cancers that affect the most people in our community. And how can we develop really strong programs like what we've developed around the breast cancer program with navigators and support services, social work services to meet the needs of those individuals. And we're looking forward to expanding our program to include some clinical trials and research. That's been a big project for this year.
Great, thank you.
Have you seen mental health issues rise since COVID?
I think across the United States, they've seen that as a
Yes.
challenge. And behavioral health and mental health was certainly identified in the community needs assessment as one of the top priority areas. So we'll be working closely with Shepherd Pratt and with our partners in the community to make sure that we've got resources in the local community.
I'm glad to see that because the mental health component in society is so important. It drives so much of what we see, that, shootings, breakdown in families, and so on and so forth. So I applaud you for having that as one of your initiatives. It's very important.
Absolutely, and I think we can all agree that it's an epidemic in itself across the country. And I can share with you, with our team, we've put processes in place to make it easier to get patients directly admitted into our behavioral health program.
That's
So they
great.
don't necessarily have to go through the emergency department. And we've been cascading that out to the medical providers to ensure that they know that for their patients. So we're really working diligently on our end to improve our processes to make it easier for those patients and less taxing on them as far as working through the challenges that they may have.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I'll just finish up and say that, we're very blessed here in Calvert County to have Calvert Health. You've got a great team, and that shows, and we've had great leadership, the administration and the board. We've talked many times about how important it is to have an independent hospital where local people make those decisions of how you operate, and we're very, as I say, very blessed. The things, earlier, Commissioner Hart asked me, did I ever think I would see in Calvert County some piece of legislation? I never thought I would see a hospital in Calvert of the level that you all are today.
Thank you.
So,
Come a long way from where the sheriff's office is.
we don't hear, when you came in the door, you should have seen the complaint sign, because we get complaints about everything anybody can think about, and we never get complaints about Calvert Health. So, that's quite a tribute to you
Thank you.
all, because we hear them all. we hear complaints from other places, and we don't hear any from Calvert Health. So you all are doing an excellent job, and whatever we can do to be a great partner.
Thank you.
We're very happy to have you here. We're glad you're still here.
Glad to be
And
here.
we all think it's a great community. So, we're just blessed.
So if you have no problems, I'd love to take that back to our team and share with them as far as your compliments and your kind words.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
For a small fee.
I'll be afraid to ask what that might be.
Really, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Teresa did join us, so
Okay.
he did introduce you, but you were in the hall working, which is
And
what you're
Wilson,
supposed to
too.
do.
Wanted to make sure I recognize Wilson.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, so, great.
Thank you all.
Absolutely.
Thank
If you need
you.
anything, just reach
Thank
out.
you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Ladies first.
Public comment.
Oh, yeah. Thought you said helicopter. I believe that brings us to public comments. Mr. County Attorney.
Thank you, sir. There is no one online for public comment. Is there anyone in the room? Seeing none.
Thank you. That brings us to Commissioner reports. Commissioner Cox.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Saturday, President Hance and myself attended the Farm Bureau Legislation Breakfast. Got some information from Annapolis coming down. And on Sunday, Commissioner Hart and myself attended another Eagle Scout Court of Honor. Congratulations to Timothy Kelly and Evan Wodkowski for their achievement of making Eagle Scout. Thank you.
Excellent. Commissioner Arnold.
I'd like to keep the family of Dick Hansen in your thoughts and prayers. He passed last week after a long battle with illness.
Thank you. Commissioner Hart.
As Commissioner Cox said, we were at the Eagle Scout ceremony at the Solomon Civic Association meeting last night. Thank you, Mr. Willis, for the technical knowledge down there. And just want to keep Lowell Humphreys' families in your thoughts. Mr. Humphreys passed away
I did know that.
over the weekend. So their family has always been very, very nice to me. Greg and me were inseparable in high school, and it's just funny how tight community. His cousin ended up being Lexi's band teacher down Southern Middle School, and then his other cousin is actually my accountant. And just lined up that way, so it's just a small town, and they are just great, great people, and so my thoughts and prayers with them.
Thank you. Commissioner Grasso.
On the 10th, I attended the first chamber luncheon of the year, and was very interesting. Also, the first Jefferson Patterson Park meeting of the year, and on the 16th, Chesapeake Deli celebrated 15 years in business, and they've been a tremendous asset to the community. Had my first Mako meeting. We're back in action, and oh boy.
Yay.
And then, and then like to congratulate Northern High School's National Defense Cadet Corps. They competed and came in first place overall, third place in armed exhibition, first place in unarmed basic, armed basic, and uniform personnel inspection. And I'd like for you to keep the Cleary family in your prayers. They're the owners of Friday's Creek, and Frank and his wife died within days of each other. Thank you.
Thank you. So just want to remind everybody again that on Thursday, January the 25th, Department of Planning and Zoning is conducting a public forum for the zoning ordinance update at the Harriet Brown Center. I don't have a time. 7, I would guess. Yeah. So please attend. I attended some events. I went to an Eagle Scout ceremony on Sunday. Can't remember the young man's name, which is horrible because it's quite an achievement. And we talk about it all the time. Eagle Scouts, there's a book out. Only 4% of young men and women that join Boy Scouts become an Eagle. We don't have statistics, but in Calvert County, it's got to be 20% because it's amazing the number of Eagle Scout ceremonies we go to in Calvert County.
President Hance.
We have, what?
That should be the name.
The name?
Was that
Jack Garifo. Thank you. Somebody's got to keep me straight. Jack Garifo.
We know how good I am with technology.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
hey.
And he's got a brother coming right behind him. So Also want to take this opportunity to wish farewell, Director of Parks and Rec. Shannon is always leaving us at the end of this week, going to a much warmer climate up in Detroit or Chicago or somewhere up in that area where they got 2 foot of snow. The wind blows every day, but we want to wish Shannon all the best. She's done a great job for us here in Calvert County, and we're going to miss her greatly, and she'll always be welcome back. And she's sitting in the audience if you can't see her, so.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
Made her cry this morning in staff. I'm not going to do that again, so that's all I have.
Ready for a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I move to recess to executive session pursuant to general provisions, Article Sections 3-305B, 1I, to discuss such matters with employees over whom the board has jurisdiction as is allowed by law. 7, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice. 8, to consult with staff, consultants, or other individuals about pending or potential litigation. And that's it.
Second?
I have a motion and a second that we go into executive session. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Everybody have a great day.
Thank you.